Time until KungFuJoe appears. He's on Christian nationalist time. Oh yeah, no, sorry, no. Needed someone to protect me from the predator. Oh jeez. That's what you were talking about. You just digleted out the that's I can't unsee it either. That's not cool. I wasn't ready for that. Just as soon as I hit the tab, I'm speechless. Yo, what's good, Soyato? Good to see you. We're gonna have an evolution debate in about an hour, give or take. But start the party with some solid JJ.
Hey, you almost done? Yeah, but stay on lookout. No telling if Batman might show up.
Batman? What's he gonna do? Throw a batarang at us? Freeze.
Jesus Christ, Batman, how'd you do that?
Well, I had to. They were robbing a safe or something.
No, no, why? How? You fucking atomized them!
Robin, you need to understand, we're no longer in the cute and cuddly world we came to know. This is the absolute universe, where everything is sick and twisted and fucked up.
Batman, they're dead! Why did you have to go that far?
Look at me, I am physically incapable of any less force than that.
Why is that?
We got a Christian nationalist that doesn't believe in evolution. He believes in microevolution, but not macroevolution. Trained in the classic school of Jim Bob.
I mean, no one really knows what's going on with him, but he looks cool.
Yeah, right. Why are you
It's
listening?
what's required of me to fight crime in this dark and twisted world. This dark mirror of our reality is chewed up and spit out by rogues gallery into
appreciate
monsters
it.
beyond your comprehension. So far gone, they're barely recognizable. They took Killer Croc, and now he's bigger. They took Bane, and now he's bigger. But then there's me, and
I know you're bigger, yeah, all right.
Trust me, that's not even the worst of the worst. Oh man, they're sick in this world. You wouldn't even believe how weird and fucked up the villains got here. It's horrifying.
Such
Absolute crazy quilt. Just replace his skin entirely with a quilt. I don't see the tactical advantage, but it's definitely a darker interpretation of the character. Absolute Caldeman.
I hope you're ready to die on National Bat Day this April 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th.
Absolute Mr. Freeze. Absolute Two-Face, who is practically the same, but instead of flipping a coin, he throws 3 6-sided die. Absolute King K.
What's different about him?
Nothing, but he's around.
Okay, so what I'm
And he's
getting here is that
bigger.
everyone's had their significant character traits maxed out to like 1 million. From heroes to villains to everyone.
That's right.
How does that explain why you're built like the Rocky in a boulder? I mean, you were always a big guy, but that wasn't your main thing. I mean, like, shouldn't your parents be more dead? Shouldn't you be more depressed? Seriously, explain to me why you're about 15
Oh god.
This video is brought to you by GamerSupps, and the flavor of the week is blue, because it's always blue, because blue is the best. It's the best flavor. Have you ever had blue? I don't know if you.
That was ridiculous. I gotta hear this. He does the vocals too. AnCom has arrived.
Yes, I have.
Excellent. We're watching some beatboxing.
Want to share your screen?
I can do that. Probably, Mike.
This is what I would call in the acapella community vocal percussion.
It definitely is. We didn't have that vernacular, so we just called it beatboxing. But
Totally fair. No, I like that's just what it happens to be called in acapella circles because you find that a lot.
that's what's posting in Joe's channel.
In Joe's channel?
Yeah, the special channel that's just his. I forgot how to access it.
No, I think I know which one you're talking about. Just gotta find it again. Is it the social issues one?
Yeah, I think so. I feel like calling them local percussionists is like calling pizza delivery specialists delivery drivers.
I don't know. If you go look up Pentatonics and look at their vocal percussion guy, he's fucking impressive.
Yeah, that whole group is impressive. I think they started doing Sesame Street because my kid was watching them.
I would not be surprised by that.
Hey, Ano, good to see you. Of course he's playing Power Wash. All these people want to do work in video games. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It's fun. What can I say? I enjoy it.
Next is going to be Lawn Raker.
There is a lawn raking simulator
Son
too, and
of
I've
a
played it.
bitch. No.
It's literally you're just raking your lawn. It's a really short video, but or really short game. But I did find it entertaining.
All right, now we're gonna watch what Zephyr threw into the React channel.
Met someone who refuses to post on social media? In a world where everyone broadcasts
Your class trader,
their breakups, and their breakthroughs,
I'm a class trader.
individuals
What?
choose invisibility. Not because they're
Lawn
hiding,
Raker is goated?
but because
No.
they've figured out something that most people haven't. Most assume these people are just shy or paranoid, but research on social behavior tells a different story. People who rarely post often score higher on emotional independence and introspection. They're not afraid of being seen. They're skeptical of what being seen has become. Social media
And we got a
promised
Teramy.
connection.
A wild
What
Teramy
it
has
delivered was
appeared.
performance anxiety
Oh, wow.
dressed up
I haven't
as
seen him in a bit.
community. Think about what happens when you
Good
decide to
night. We
share
got
something
Soyato,
meaningful.
Teramy pulled
You
up.
don't just post it, you craft it.
Damn!
You
A
consider
lot of people want to
angles,
see Joe
write
get smacked.
captions,
I mean,
anticipate
I've been wanting to see it
reactions.
for a week, so
By the time you hit share, the experience has already been filtered through the lens
finally
of how
someone who
others
can't
might
just
perceive
BS his
it.
way through. Let's
The
go.
moment stops being yours. It becomes content. Those who hate posting have recognized this transaction. They've realized that every time they share something personal, they're trading ownership for validation. Psychologists call this psychological ownership, the deep feeling that something belongs entirely to you.
Are you
When you
serious,
make it
Zephyr?
public, that sense of possession dilutes.
What'd
Your
Zephyr
joy
say?
becomes
I'm not
everyone's
watching
adventure.
chat.
I'm
Your pain
watching this
becomes
video. He's the one
everyone's
that sent
entertainment.
this, and it feels like
Here's what
intellectual
becomes
property.
fascinating. The decision to stop posting often comes after someone has already been active.
More like
online.
emotional
They didn't start out
property,
resistant.
because
They
like
participated, shared,
you know,
engaged.
basically you're giving
Then
up
something shifted.
ownership of your
Maybe they
own
noticed how
feelings
exhausting it
for,
felt to
you know, the validation or whatever it is that you get from, you know, people interacting with it.
Yeah, it just instantly reminded me of the argument that Scott was making for intellectual property being not worth anything because once you post it or put any material out, all of a sudden it's just free game. Which is ultimately like what most React content is at this point.
I mean, yes, that's all React content is. It's just it's just taking other people's creativity and adding what is effectively barely anything to it.
Pretty much.
constantly
Let's see how
curate their
far
life.
this goes.
Maybe they realized they were experiencing moments through a screen instead of through their senses. Or maybe they just got tired of performing. Because that's what it is, performance. Every caption is a script. Every photo is a stage. And the applause comes in the form of hearts and comments that trigger dopamine releases in your brain, the same chemical involved in addiction. Over time, you start craving that validation. You begin measuring experiences by their shareability rather than their actual impact on your life.
Oh, I have some of that coming up
People
next.
who resist posting have broken that cycle. They've developed what psychologists call a strong internal locus of control, meaning their sense of worth comes from within rather than from external approval. They don't need strangers to confirm their happiness. They just need to feel it. But it's not always peaceful. There's a specific kind of anxiety that comes with social media.
There's only one song I really liked
something
in Has-Been
researchers have
this
named
time around. Well, I
self-presentation
kind of like
pressure.
Lucifer's, but
It's the constant
Nifty's
awareness
song
that you're
was
being watched and
like
judged even
top
when
tier
you're
in
not
my
actively
opinion.
posting.
Yeah, the anime, half of it.
They
Yeah.
retreat not because they don't want
Yeah,
connection,
that's great.
but
And
because
then knowing who the
cost of
voice
digital
actor is.
visibility feels too steep.
Although, to be fair,
And here's the
gravity
paradox.
slaps.
The platforms
so,
designed to
you know.
bring us closer
It was
often
cool.
leave us feeling more isolated.
I just
When
didn't
you
light
step
up
away from
listening
posting,
to it.
you start noticing who actually
Fair enough.
reaches out without needing an update to prompt them. You discover which relationships were built on genuine interest versus which ones were just social media
I know I'm hard to
transactions.
please. I'm sorry.
The people who don't post tend to build their lives around unbroadcasted
Gravity was
moments.
good.
They have conversations that don't get screenshotted.
I just didn't
They
go back and
experience
listen to
joy
it
that doesn't
over and
need
over again like I
witnesses.
did with
They
Nifty's.
understand that not everything meaningful requires documentation. Studies show that people who take extended breaks from social media
I'm gonna have to ask
report
Despy to
measurable
listen to
increases
it
in
and see
emotional
how accurate
stability
the
and life
the
satisfaction.
translation is.
I pissed off the chat. Let's go.
I mean, it's not a good stream unless you piss off chat. We all know that.
Don't encourage him. He'll just keep doing it.
When your identity isn't constantly being reflected back to you through likes and comments, it becomes more solid, more real. You stop editing your life into something digestible for an audience. You start living it in all its messy, unfiltered complexity. This doesn't mean they hate technology or other people. It means they've chosen
Fair enough,
authenticity over
Mida.
performance. They've decided that some parts of life deserve to remain untouched by algorithms and opinions. Because once something becomes public, it stops being purely
I
yours.
mean, to any fan, if you say
belongs to
something bad about
interpretation,
that or
to
not be
judgment,
glowing
to the
about
endless
whatever's
scroll.
happening,
There's something
you've committed some
almost
form of
spiritual
treason.
about this choice in our current age.
Except for Tiberius, because
While
he hated
everyone
the
else
season.
is shouting for attention, these individuals are whispering to
I don't
themselves.
think he hated it. He just
rediscovering
thought it
their
was
own
not
thoughts beneath
nearly
the
as good
noise.
as,
They're not invisible.
season
They're
one.
just refusing
He
to
was
Which
pissed
is
off.
fair. Like,
to highlights and captions.
when
They
I talked to him,
understand
it's
simple
not
but
like
profound.
I definitely got the sense that
Privacy
he
isn't
wasn't
loneliness.
like a huge
Silence
fan,
isn't
but there were
emptiness.
still some of the songs he
Being
liked. He
unseen
very much
doesn't
did
mean
enjoy
being
Gravity,
insignificant.
and
Sometimes the truest way to
the
exist
one
is
at the very
quiet,
end, the name of which I can
fully,
never remember.
without needing the world to witness every moment. That's not withdrawal.
But
that's presence.
from
It's
from
not
what I
becoming
got
a
from
shared
him,
story.
like he didn't
And if
hate
this
it. He just
resonated with
wasn't
you,
like a
hit
super
like
big
and
fan of it,
subscribe, because
which
we
is
dive
fair.
deep into
He was
psychology
pissed off about some of
that
the
actually
plot holes
explains
or
how your
what the
mind
presumed
works.
plot holes,
See you next
plot holes
time.
are. So, either you want to watch something professional, like on a science level, before this evolution debate, or you watch this dude eat every Stouffer's microwave dinner.
Oh, obviously every Stouffer's microwave dinner.
Let's go.
Video. I am eating every single Stouffer's frozen meal I could find. 27 frozen meals I have in front of me. Why? Because sugar diabetes is never enough. I want to have spiked blood pressure as well. Okay, so we got everything from chicken pesto. We got
Gotta do the sugar
cheddar
and the
potato
salt.
bake. We
If
got
you're not, are you
fettuccine
really living
Alfredo.
life?
We got
Oh, the
bowls.
amount of sodium in
In
this
bowls. They
shit.
do bowls now apparently. Now the
Yeah.
majority of these are going to get cooked in the microwave, but there are a stack of a few that I feel will do better in the stove. We're going to let these go for like 40 minutes in the stove, like the fried chicken, the chicken parmesan.
It's called Stovers, not microwavers.
Like some of these are going to go
Yeah,
in
but we
the
know
big
they're
bowl.
going
The
in the
others are going to go in the microwave. And
Oh,
this
obviously.
scares the shit
Microwave
out of me.
meatloaf
A
is just
spinach souffle.
sad.
I have never had a spinach souffle in
Because
my
I mean, this is perfect for this time of year. For most of us that don't have like a family thing that we're going to, this is pretty much what we have waiting for us.
life. So we're going to tackle that whole too. If you like the way this sounds, go ahead and make sure you hit that subscribe, leave a comment for me, spike that algorithm, and let's get started.
Yes,
First
there
up, we
is
got the
going to be an
chicken
evolution
pesto.
debate.
This is what we got when we mix it up.
Yeah,
It don't look
it's just
terrible.
not
I mean,
happening
I
for a
can see
bit
this
'cause,
at a very
apparently Joe
catchy
has
restaurant,
kids
maybe.
that I
Let's go
didn't
back.
realize.
Let's see what we got. Oh, this might be a fun video. The seasoning on here is phenomenal. I mean, for a frozen meal. Again, when I'm praising these things, I am praising it
How
from a
goes it,
frozen
Jeremy?
meal standpoint. I am not comparing this to a Michelin star restaurant because some of y'all will get so butthurt when I say something is good. You're like,
What'd you say?
Oh, legit, you're just actually watching this man eat every single Stoker's meal.
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't even begin to joke about that. This is dead serious.
No, no, I thought he was gonna do like, no, he got the whole thing. Oh God, that man's butt got tore up. I bet you.
Oh, I don't even want to think about what his blood pressure's
No,
gonna look
that's
like.
accurate. I think he's fine because look, if you look right behind him to his right, fucking ISO pure. He good. He's prepped.
He should be all right. He does this for a
He'll
living.
be fine.
Oh, this man must have never had a home-cooked meal before. I'm comparing it to frozen meals. Get off my Anyway, the seasoning is so on point. It's cheesy, garlicky, and the aromatics just opens everything
Aromatics?
up.
I've never
Massive
heard that
chunks
term.
of chicken, all white meat, not a single grill
Comparing a
mark as
microwave meal.
advertised here, but will I rock with it? Absolutely. The spaghetti
chicken
with
pasta.
meatballs. One of the classic OGs, right? When you think Stouffer's, this has to be one of the first ones that comes to mind, right? Spaghetti and meatballs does not look bad. Could look a lot worse if you're asking me. For you
Could look
Italians
worse.
out there, does this make you want to punch me in the face? Let's see. An immediate no, an immediate hell no, actually. There is zero structural integrity to this meatball. You put it on your tongue and it disintegrates into a
Or not
fine
enough of it.
paste. It just doesn't hold up at all. The sauce is lifeless. And again, I'm judging this on a frozen meal standpoint. Even for a
I
frozen
like watching them eat
meal,
like
it's
all
just
the Little
annoying.
Debbie's cakes
There's
or
a
whatever. Like, I
good
don't
bit
watch
of
too many
sweetness
of
to
his
it, but
reviews.
other than that, there's no dimension to the sauce. Thanksgiving time, we
Got a
got
deal.
turkey stuffing,
There it
gravy,
is.
potatoes.
Hey,
Definitely
it's
more,
really hard-
jail
it's really
food
hard to do
vibes
spaghetti
here.
and
But no,
meatballs
it actually doesn't look that bad. Considering what it is, it doesn't look that bad. Try a potato. Dead, soulless, like it's just the flaked potato and nothing else. Maybe a little pepper in there, nothing else. Holy sh! This concerning looking stuffing, it's slightly more sucky than stovetop, but it's actually not horrible, I guess. All your familiar flavors is very like sage and thyme heavy, I guess. It's kind of mushy too. It's mushy as shit. It's like baby food mushy. But flavor-wise, not terrible. Turkey doused in gravy. They do poultry right. It's a thick cut of like turkey breast. It's fibrous, thick. Again, no lab meat here. Let's try a full Thanksgiving bite. Turkey, potato, stuffing.
Missing cranberry.
If you close your eyes and believe in the power of imagination, it actually tastes pretty damn good altogether. Chicken
Be mindful.
Alfredo
That's
with
right, folks.
broccoli. Now
Believe
it's
in the
healthy.
power of imagination, and all your food will taste amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Or just learn how to find cheap component meals.
No, that
Yeah.
takes too long. The microwave will work. We got this. Just close our eyes and pretend it's better quality.
And that's why you meat bags will forever be slaves. Let us continue.
Food. Got some greens in there. This is what we're looking like right here. We got a bite with some nudes, some chicken, some brock.
That
Don't
broccoli
laugh at me for
probably-
how I blow on my food. My wife says I blow on my food like an infant. I don't want to see anything in the comments about how I blow on my food.
It's
You'll be
okay to
blocked.
blow on your food. That's not a bad thing.
It's pretty
No.
good. This sauce is a bit runny,
Especially
but
when
I
it
mean,
comes
that's
out of
gotta
the
be like
microwave,
ice
half
crystals
of
melting,
half of it's
something like that.
molten,
Stouffer's
and the other
puts
half
good
is frozen.
quality chicken in their meals. It's like
Yeah.
all white meat.
It's
It is
It
okay
doesn't
to
feel like some kind of, like,
accelerate the
science
cooling
experiment
of
in
your
mouth. It's like it's
food
just a
so
cut
that
of
you do
chicken
not
movie. The
burn
sauce
your
is
mouth.
cheesy, but again, that
Yeah.
runniness, the
No,
way it kind of
he's
just
talking
like
about just the way
disintegrates
this
on your
blows
tongue,
his
it
food
just
apparently
gives
is what
it
I
a
think he
little
looks
less
like
life than you would
gravy.
want.
I missed that.
I don't care how someone blows on their food. It's okay. They don't need
Wait,
to
are
be
you-
insulted for it.
Are you arguing with the chat about whether or not somebody's blowing on their food?
I'm guessing he already
no,
about it.
No, I'm not arguing with anyone because I'm over here not watching chat.
And if you're really hard pressed
Sounds
for
like-
turkey, literally everything at Subway is made from turkey now. So the ham, all the cold cuts, it's all turkey. So you can just get your turkey from Subway.
So it's just bird.
Yep.
So Subway just sells you bird. Nice.
They tell you
My-
it's ham,
Bird,
but
bird,
it's,
bird,
it's
bird's the
turkey.
word.
Yeah, my homie. Then guess what? My homie it's a good thing my homie doesn't go to Subway anymore because he's allergic to chicken. He's not allergic to egg, just chicken.
The Subway should no longer be called the Italian BMT. It should be called the Italian TTT because it's turkey, turkey, turkey.
It's all turkey, all the time.
Even the bacon. Oh, okay, so not the bacon.
It's probably
Especially
turkey
the
too.
bacon.
especially
the bacon.
especially the meat part of the bacon. They figured out how to do the whole gluing of sinew.
Yeah, I don't know
It's
what their
great.
tuna is, but I'm assuming it's turkey because that's all they seem to
Nah.
have.
No, their
The
tuna
broccoli's
is lab grown. Their
You
tuna's
know,
lab grown.
I would love some lab grown tuna. Not gonna lie.
Well, you don't like farm salmon and tuna?
I don't like anything but tuna in tuna.
Mm.
So, you know, lab grown tuna, 100% tuna every time.
Yeah,
Less
guaranteed.
mercury, less lead, less DDT.
Well, that's all. Well,
No. If it doesn't have the mercury,
wow.
it's not tuna.
Yeah. It's like it doesn't have mercury in it. It's like, oh, why does this stuff have mercury in it? No, it's because it was in the ocean. When it's not in the ocean and being made in a farm, it doesn't have the mercury in it. That's only if you eat about 5 to 6 actual whole ass tuna fish worth of fish every day for a year.
I don't think 5 to 6 whole tuna fish in a day is possible. Do you know how big a tuna fish is?
That's a lot of fish.
They're fucking huge. There are some tunas that are larger than humans.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they're fucking
So-
ginormous.
How much tuna you go through? Well, it's actually quite a shocking amount, actually, if you're feeding an entire household. Like crab.
Like, yeah, feeding a 4-person household nothing but tuna for all 3 meals, you might get through a tuna fish in a day.
My boy.
Are we serious?
Yeah, he's. I think it's. I think that's funny.
Look
Yeah.
up how big tuna are. I'm not lying.
Yeah,
I
they
was
get
talking about
between
the
6
sandwich
to
being
12
called the gobbler.
6 to, no.
Oh, yes.
No.
It's their
Oh,
it's their
so-
Thanksgiving holiday thing that they
That's the
do. It's
thing they
stupid.
Of all
That's
the
fine.
names, who the fuck asked for this?
Who asked for this? It's Arby's. They have the meats.
It just seems wrong.
Yeah, that's why we're going to just close the tab and you're just going to delete the last 15 minutes of your search history, okay? I don't want your stuff to be affecting us in your YouTube while we're trying to enjoy ourselves.
Oh, the gobbler just seems wrong. Tuna
It
are
seems
huge.
illegal.
They
See,
should
that's
be
your
larger.
that's your fault for watching the stream on YouTube, Jeremy.
Oh. God.
Twitch ain't got no algorithm to affect.
Hey, someone's
That's all
gotta
I'm
do
saying.
it.
I don't have. He's the one that's searching on his Google account, which is attached.
Oh, okay,
to
you were suggesting it was going to affect your YouTube
No.
algorithm. I assumed
No.
because you were watching the stream on YouTube.
No,
As he should be,
no,
as
not
everyone should
actually.
be. But
I'm not even
I prefer to
watching
watch it
this
on
thing.
Discord. Fewer
It is,
ads.
but it has no ads. Oh, I get no ads on my and any.
see, there it is.
Twitch
Zephyr.
or
I was
No,
waiting
same.
for it.
Crisp, almost as if it's
What
fresh.
Zephyr crashed out about it now?
Oh, the gobbler is
Stuffed
what
gobbler.
Now this one definitely.
Kevin's dick sucking technique is.
Oh, no.
Or perhaps Trump's.
Nah.
We should ask Monica.
Association. A weak association. Come on, let's try again.
It's
Go
kind
for
of
something
funny because
easier.
now, after Epstein's brother clarified the statement, now we have to
Yeah.
wonder if it was Jelane's horse.
I heard that one.
I'm starting to wonder if y'all just. It's weird hearing people listen to a person that's also, a horrible human being's sibling. He would
No,
actually. take
it's
that
just
information.
funny memes. I don't know how much any of us actually believe this shit.
No, it's
Yeah,
just funny.
don't sit here. It's not even really funny. I want factual
I think it
information
is.
when it comes to that. When it comes to certain things, I want all the information first before I fire.
I'm not
It's
going to
just how I
fire at all.
want it.
I'm just going to laugh.
Yeah.
The fact that we have
Look,
to sit
I
here
know
and
the
Well,
laugh-
JD Vance couch
but-
thing wasn't real. I'm still laughing at it.
the couch
There's a
thing is
couch
hilarious.
thing.
Yeah, they called him a couch.
Oh
maker.
God. Okay. Yeah, so back during the election, there was a fake thing. Someone posted a fake screenshot of what was supposedly a page from J.D. Vance's book Hillbilly Elegy, in which he talked about fucking a couch, and like it's been a persistent joke ever since because it's funny as shit.
And the Halloween costume would spawn.
Yeah, nothing. I guess I'm gonna have to figure that shit out because that doesn't seem like nah. Doesn't hit. Maybe it's because he doesn't have a penis and I'm not seeing why this would be funny. So I think that might be why.
Wait, what?
Yeah. I think that's why I'm not getting it. I'm sorry, AnCom.
Wait, did you just say that J.D. Vance doesn't have a penis? Because you're taking the joke up a notch in that case.
I'm so confused now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch this man eat these stuffed peppers. That's what I'm gonna do.
Oh God, no.
It baffled your boy when I saw it in the damn refrigerator aisle. I just thought this was like above Stouffer's pay grade. Like little bitty stuffed green peppers surrounded by sauce. Very interesting. You can kind of see there's like rice in there, a little veg in there, a little meat, little green pepper. Let's see what we got here.
And no pictures came
up. Oh, that's pretty
solid.
That's sauce. It's a very good like tomato sauce with a bit of like a twang to it. You almost get like tomato soup vibes.
I mean, they
it's
are.
a very good tomato
I wouldn't
soup.
want them even if they weren't microwave.
It's very like manageable. Bits of rice in there too. You know,
like
body. The green pepper's overdone, but you can't really
and none of this,
too much.
None of the stuff that he's eating right now is actually
like
food.
It's
food-like product.
What is
that? Got a
this?
B?
An E-scalloped chicken and noodle casserole? What is E-scalloped? I've never heard of E-scalloped. Is that like email? What is? I don't know. I'm new. Maybe I'll whatever. Not gonna lie, looks absolutely dreadful. A chicken noodle casserole, E-scalloped. There's like mushrooms, carrots, and like a crunchy top.
E-scalloped? Is that what he's saying?
Right? A well-balanced diet.
A scalp.
It tastes like blended cardboard. There's like no salt in this. The chicken is like chewy and gloopy. The noodles are way overdone. That crunchy top has no soul in it.
It's basic. Okay, a scalloped is an adjective referring to food that is cooked with like thinly sliced potatoes. So you have scalloped potatoes, or you can have a scalloped chicken, which would be chicken in scalloped potatoes.
Huh.
It sounds okay.
Yeah, it's a French thing.
Of course it's French. No wonder it doesn't make any sense.
And they got all the weird cooking terms, just like Italian got all the weird music terms.
Oh, at least it's not as bad as like other people and metals.
I'll let that ride. It wasn't that racist. That's all I can say.
No, it's accurate. It's not racist.
That's just
remember, Italians know how to make a really
something can theoretically be both. I'm just gonna point that out.
It didn't pass the line.
Fuck you, Automod.
That's what everybody says. All my friends hate Automod.
A potato and bacon bake. So of course I baked this bitch. Oh, they definitely skimped your boy on the portions. Like, do you see how under they said f you and your potatoes,
this
big
is
boy.
Just
I don't know why I have a feeling that the flavor is gonna make up for it right here. They can't so egregiously underportion this without the flavor being a banger. I know they can do cheese well. You can't f up bacon. There's got to be some kind of silver lining here. Looks unassuming.
Absolutely can fuck up bacon. Don't lie.
I know this is gonna be it.
I mean, you don't want to think it's possible.
Okay, they need their ass beat for this one. It's fine. It's okay. It's just not worth it being 1/4 of the actual serving size. You know what I mean? Imagine like a chunky mashed potato with bacon and cheese. That's all it is. It's like, or like a loaded baked potato. It's fine. It's very, very fine. I would finish this bitch, but damn it, you giving me a thimble-sized portion of it. criminal. Granted, it's super cheesy, like a cheddar cheese. That crunch on it is phenomenal. You almost get like you're eating a French fry. Some of the crunch you get out of it, and the bacon does bacon things. This one, I definitely made the right call putting it in the oven because you got the crispy bit right there. Looks burnt, maybe it's burnt, but adds that texture, crispy.
Taco Bell got their double decker Taco Bell.
Flavor wise, it gets a B, but they need to ask me.
They did?
Yep.
Macaroni.
I ordered Taco Bell like 2 days ago. I didn't see it on the menu. Fuck, I need that.
I'm saying these are the good memories. They brought back the 7
like double decker tacos. When they got rid of those, I was genuinely upset because like there are 2 things. No, there are 3 things on the Taco Bell menu that I genuinely enjoy: a Crunchwrap Supreme, their plain bean burrito, and the double decker taco.
I mean,
I love the just complete silence after I give that list.
Oh, I was typing Evan, but like, yeah, no.
Okay.
Every time Taco Bell gets something good, they remove it from the menu and just leave the same garbage, but then they raise the price on everything. Because like the caramel apple empanada never should have gone anywhere. I don't care how unhealthy it is.
The unhealthiness is part of the sell.
Amen. And then the 7-layer burrito, like if you wanted something that was not a bean burrito and you're vegetarian, 7-layer burrito was biz. They got rid of it. Like, why? Hey, what's good?
Yeah, like I'm a bean burrito guy all the way. Like I've tried a couple of their other bean burrito like things, and none of them match up to the OG.
Exactly.
It's simple. It's almost impossible to fuck up. So it's good shit.
So let's see what this microwaving fish at work thing is. Oh, at work?
This is just a memo.
Yeah, I learned that one the hard way.
To people.
Yeah, I learned that one the hard way.
Or cook fish at work, or just in a public space without some type of consent.
Public microwaves are not for fish.
I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Fuck you, fuck your mama, fuck your daddy, fuck the horseshoe road, and fuck everybody.
In reality,
who cares about
microwaves in general are not for fish, but there's only so much you can get people to agree to.
No, this rant is amazing. I gotta run it back.
Okay.
Fuck everybody who loves you, who cares about you, who has ever supported you in your life, who has become
look what I can do
of making you the person that you are today. Fuck you, fuck them.
DRT, for you.
It's true, Ziggs.
If you like that, I got a TikTok account I gotta show you.
In this damn fish game, because let me tell you, that shit is inconsiderate as fuck. All right, especially at work. It's a public area. I don't give a damn if it was the last thing that you could eat. I don't give a fuck if it was the only thing that you could eat that month. That shit is inconsiderate as fuck. You know what fish smell like. You know what it smelled like. You knew what it smelled like before you came in. You knew damn well that when heat is applied to fish, it stank. You know damn well that when fish is cold, it stank. So you knew that it was gonna smell, and you knew the other people were gonna smell it, and yet you said, fuck them. I don't care. You are terrible. Everything bad in life, I hope, happens to you and only you. How fucking dare you? That is an unwritten rule at work, especially. It's just an unwritten rule, and you fucking violated it. You should be ashamed of yourself. Microwaving fish at work is right up there with people who smack when they eat. Goddamn war criminals. You belong in Guantanamo with fucking mouth breathers, people who eat salad at the goddamn grocery store, and people who rush in front of you just so they can slow down. This isn't a video to tell you to stop, because we all know you're not going to stop, because as I mentioned previously, you suck as a human being. You're terrible, and invalidated everything else good in your life when you decided to microwave fish at work. You suck. Just simply to tell you, fuck you. I hate you and only you.
That was amazing. No quarter given. AnCom's lighting up, but I can't hear him.
It's probably just me with my keyboard. All good.
Just typing.
Cool.
Well, in this case, playing a game using WASD, but yes.
Wait.
I'm wondering if fish are also Nephilim. These are the questions we have to ask now.
No.
I mean,
no.
If bony fish and sharks are both fish, then humans are fish, whales are fish, and yes, Nephilim are fish.
Actually.
As we go down the line.
For all intents and purposes, if you go back far enough, we're all technically fish.
Everything is fish.
Oh, everything starts out as fish, eventually turns to crab.
Yeah, I was gonna say eventually turns to crab.
Everything become crab, yes.
Yeah, everything become crab. Everything starts out fish, ends up as crab.
I'll be back, Evan. Everything always comes back.
Always comes back to crab. Yeah. It never fails.
Yeah, Crab Rave was really just what actually happened rather than Planet of the Apes.
Yeah. What happened? A great powerful monolith that looks like a cat wearing a pair of headphones on this random ass island. That's how we got created? Precisely. That's weird. Yeah.
Of course it is.
Powerful dope ass beats is what created the entirety of the sentient life on this planet. Oh my god.
Beats by Dre, more like Beats by Crab.
Yeah.
What is this?
Pain and suffering. Made manifest.
Hundreds of years of
This
Vatican.
is the law of Tiamat.
Vatican has classed capybara as a fish. Tell me this is a joke.
So we're gonna ignore. No,
That one's real. It's a lint thing.
Oh my god, are you serious? Who's eating capybaras?
But my assumption is Brazilians.
Yeah. Since capybaras literally are the one of the most chillest creatures on the planet.
It's not
but they will run your pocket. Well, to be killer, they're pretty chill. They're like that one guy at the bowling alley that's pretty chill. Then you poke the wrong spot and you find out why he's so chill all the time. That's a capybara, basically.
Capybaras are the world's largest rodent, native of South America. You might not think it because of their shape. Capybaras are excellent swimmers and appear to enjoy time in the water. They can hold their breath underwater for around 5 minutes, often take naps in water or along riverbanks to stay cool. It's going to become a Pakicetus. They have webbed feet and streamlined facial features, helping them swim quickly away from potential predators. They are still, nevertheless, very much not a fish and belong to the giant cavy family of rodents. So why does the Vatican label them so? Well, like when California labeled bees as fish last year, is to bend the rules a little. Unlike with bees, rule bending is not so that the animals can be afforded legal protections on a technicality, but so that they can be gobbled down by Christians during Lent. I quit.
Called it.
Yeah, you nailed it. And
yeah, that's why I don't.
Had another reference of gobbled. This.
They did not do that on purpose.
Gobble stream.
They did not do that on purpose.
Hey, Jenny, good to see you.
Oh, okay then.
During the Middle Ages, eating the meat of certain animals was not allowed during Lent, of course, the period commemorating when Jesus spent 40 days in the desert, according to the Bible. After the colonization of the Americas by European settlers, clergymen in Venezuela wrote to the Vatican to ask if this is a new creature with its webbed feet and fishy taste. It tastes fishy? Could be classified as a fish. So I assumed it just tastes like chicken. So they can continue to eat it during the period of Lent. Those are 40 days of eating adorable rodents that you can't get back. Oh, God. Speaking of, oh, God, I got hit with another gem.
That's terrible.
I got hit with another gem from my aunt. And
oh, dear.
I was instantly pissed off.
Well, knowing what you've told me about your aunt in the past, this ought to be good and infuriating at the same time.
Oh,
I'm
here it
interested in
goes.
hearing.
Here it goes.
You got to watch this, and you're not going to believe what's uncovered at the end of the video.
See, this is apparently Mount Sinai. There's video footage of all this. The top is still
Oh
burned.
God!
Became
Ken
a type of
Hovind.
a volcanic
Yeah,
gas, like obsidian or something. It actually burned the rock. There's also apparently the altar that Aaron made with a golden calf. They, made the golden calf on the altar, but on the side of the altar, they drew a picture of a calf, a cow. Still there. God told Moses to smite the rock and water would come out. A lot of folks think this is the rock that Moses smote. That rock sticking up on that mountain is 5 stories tall. 50 feet to the top of that rock, as tall as these trees around here. And it's split right down the middle. On both sides, there are erosion marks. Water came pouring out of that rock. We have sulfur balls. I've got some here on the table. These are actual sulfur balls.
Yes, because,
Sodom and Gomorrah.
water building up in rock and then coming out. That's never happened
were tested by Michael
naturally.
Bonilla, a friend of mine up in New York. He said they were...
Well, so for the whole top of Mount Sinai, they're not even sure that's the exact place, but for the sake of argument,
of course not.
It's volcanic rock up there. It's literally naturally occurring. So to act like
It's
a ball
also...
of fire... Go ahead.
It is also, I will remind everyone, because if y'all haven't seen, like, pumice and shit, volcanic rock is extremely porous, meaning permeable to water.
Or liquids in general.
Oh, well, yes.
So, like,
but,
considering who
so,
this is,
water coming out of volcanic rock, not that strange.
Oh, it really depends on where the rock in the water is coming from. Was it like an underworld spring that he hit or something? I don't know. But,
I mean, if it's volcanic rock, there were very likely geysers. So the idea of a geyser managing to tunnel its way through a large volcanic rock outcropping is pretty reasonable.
all the same, I know Ken Hovind knows better. And if he doesn't, why is he still doing this? Like, he could easily disprove himself. But he's just coming up with rationales that fit in with biblical stories just to...
Yeah, that's literally his job.
And like the chat...
They were 97.4% pure sulfur when he had them tested. Millions of these sulfur balls are over there, right in that one area. It literally rained burning sulfur. So hot that it took the bricks of the city and baked it into ash. No place else in the world has these phenomena. We've got hundreds of them in our museum out here. Sulfur balls from Sodom and Gomorrah.
I'm really curious to actually hear what you think about this. Let me know in the comments.
So, in the comments section, it's true. That's why over in the Middle East, they won't let us dig, because every time we do, we find things to prove the Bible right.
Say that again?
Oh.
He said it's true. That's why over in the Middle East, they won't let us dig, because every time we do, we find things to prove the Bible right. What digging was involved there?
There wasn't much digging.
It's also worth noting that there are active excavations throughout the Middle East to this day. So this whole "they won't let us dig" bullshit is just that bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit. I'm sitting here. Well, ironically enough, I find it funny that what's it? Not the Arabs themselves, but the ones who participate of a particular crazy version of the faith. Don't believe in the information from the two elder sibling books. So it's funny. God damn it! I wish I could play Helldivers 2 right now.
Why can't you play Helldivers 2?
For some reason, it's starting to crash on me randomly, and I have no idea why. I'm real tempted to
uninstall and reinstall.
No, the other way to do it is to basically just delete GameGuard and then have the game reinstall it. Because that's what happened to me last time because of whatever happened where Helldivers 2 got taken out by was it the Amazon blackout or something? Oh, there it is.
So this one right here. I've been following Ken Hovind for years, and he proved a lot of things that we have been lied to. He is amazing, and I can hear his voice in the video. And then the next person, who can't spell archaeology, archaeological evidence for people whose hearts are open.
Archaeological information to whose hearts. Are open?
He literally spelled it. Look, I can't.
He said archaeological evidence for people whose hearts are open.
Yeah, he just spelled it horribly wrong.
Yeah, he spelled it horribly wrong.
Luckily, I have an internal spell check that lets me read those sorts of things.
Yeah, it's literally archaeology. It's ridiculous. We are living in Gomorrah. These freaking people.
These people. These nut jobs.
These fucking people.
Back to microwave food.
What do we? Yes, food, please.
See, now you're happy.
And beef
Listen,
definitely
he's
looks
about
like
to do
a
macaroni
wartime
and
ration.
cheese.
I'm
It's
not
gonna be
excited.
disappointing.
It just smells like tomatoes and peppers, and I think that's exactly what's in here according to the box. I don't know, you guys. This one truly looks like jail food. Let's see what we got. It's like if you took the inside of a Chef Boyardee ravioli, a beef ravioli, and you just emptied it out like some overcooked noodles. That's literally how it tastes. A whole lot of sweetness there with just a bit of savoriness to kind of come up on the back end. There are some decent chunks of beef that aren't like overcooked. They're like solid. They have some structural integrity to them. This is still like very, very below average. Up next, we have chipped beef, and this is what we're looking like here. I don't know what the was expecting.
Ooh, that looks ugly.
Box, but I guess
And
I didn't
also,
expect it to just be white gravy meat
war
soup. Let me know in the
ration
comments
food.
if this is the same thing as.
It's a what food?
A war ration food from like it's a depression era, that's what chipped beef is.
Well, I'm depressed looking at that soupy contents.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's why British people think we eat like that. And they still think we eat in the 1930s and 40s, man.
They needed to discontinue this one. They could just leave that out.
We can let that one die. We can let that one die.
Keep the chicken a la king and let that one go.
Keep the mac and cheese in there.
No way it can be good. I don't believe. I want to see what he gives it.
On a shingle, and apparently I need to provide my own
said
bread.
shit on a
Okay,
shingle.
that's
And you
fine.
need your
Can't do
own
everything
bread?
for me. I got one of these little sandwich thins. Hope that's okay. Hope you don't beat my ass over it. Okay, let's try it on its own first. Let's try. Man, that exists. Just sloppy meat curtains. Smells like country gravy. Let's try it. I'm not a fan of that. Oh, my texture. Oh God, there's no. It's like seasoned water with the texture of like wet paper. Okay, so you almost get like corned beef vibes, but if you just stripped all the flavor out of corned beef and just sliced it paper thin, and that gravy, it's literally
because
like
all
hot
chipped
dog
beef
water.
is
let
corned
me
beef
try it
without
with
any of the
bread.
spices.
Maybe it's better with the bread.
No
And it's
seasoning at all.
runny.
That's why. Yeah, it's like what's chipped beef?
Well, that
Just
is
paid
on the shingle. Regardless
Yeah,
of
like
what
you
say.
make corned
See
beef
what
out of the
happens.
cheapest possible beef because the
bread helps,
spices
but it's just
do
because
all
this is really good
the
bread.
adding
Not
of
the
flavor.
worst thing in the world,
If
but damn,
all
it's
you
approaching
do is do it as chipped beef without any of the spices, you're just getting the cheapest possible beef and suffering.
That did look like suffering. I'm not even gonna front. That was pure suffering. I felt bad that he had to eat it, and the fact that he had to take another bite with it on the bread.
For a second one, God.
And yet on the picture, it shows it on bread that they don't give you.
Yeah, they never give you bread.
Oh,
are you kidding?
Rough.
That would be point.
Now, see, the problem is, if they gave you bread, they wouldn't be able to call it bread because, like Subway, they would put way too much sugar in it.
I mean, let them eat cake, but it is what it is. You can't just make someone eat that on their own. If that's all they brought for lunch in that day, expecting bread because the box says there's bread, that's a real
the box shows bread, but I'm guessing if you look closely at that box, it will say bread not included somewhere on it.
See, they're not allowed to do that in Japan. They have to show like what is inside the contents accurately on the box.
Yeah, in the US, they can show you whatever the fuck they want as long as they include somewhere in legible text. I didn't say how legible, mind you, that, what is shown on the package may not be completely accurate.
Got a point there, Kyle. Microwave frozen bread probably ain't banging.
True.
Classic pub meatballs.
Joe should be here within the next 10
when
minutes.
they're bowls.
So let's
Stouffer's
try to get
doing
through as many of
bowls
these as we
now.
can.
Definitely something we would get like in the school cafeteria, right? Just lunch lady special. A lot going on here. The cheese and gravy together. Really? Well, no, because those KFC famous bowls, you got cheese and gravy. Okay, so we can see what we get here. Though everything going down the hatch.
Now, I do fuck with the KFC famous bowl.
The meatballs have a little bit more body than the like spaghetti and meatballs. The potatoes are the same dead, lifeless ones we have come to know and love, and everything else is pretty standard. I would definitely not take your mom out for this one. Chicken Parmesan, or at least it vaguely resembles chicken Parmesan. I put this one in the oven. I don't know why I was expecting the chicken patty to get crispy. I don't know what I was thinking, but I had high hopes. I was giving it its best chance. You could really already tell the spaghetti is not gonna do what you want it to do. Stouffer's does not do spaghetti well. Let's try it. Ugh, shit don't even break apart. All right. Let's see what we got. No.
It's just black and white background.
So I don't know if you can tell, that's a whole ass uncooked ass like noodle. Like not even like burnt, it's like literally like it's just like an uncooked piece of noodle. So f you first off. The chicken is like the most mystery machine of mystery meat you could ever think of. It's like a sponge. The sauce, say it with me, lifeless. And again, I'm judging this on a microwavable food standing. It's still just such ass even on that level. The scalloped potatoes. The weird thing about this is that you can only microwave it, and you have to microwave it for like 15 minutes. Do you know how obnoxious it is to have to microwave something for 15 minutes? I'd gladly throw this bitch in a hot box, opposed to just sitting there listening to that incessant humming for a fortnight.
Oh, what you're saying is you're pumping like Godzilla levels of radiation into it.
Apparently you have to, or it's just not going to be edible. This is the scalloped potatoes.
Yeah. Oh, it's probably because the potatoes they put in there are raw. Like, potatoes take a shit ton of energy to cook.
Especially reheat. Well, they are mostly water, so.
Let's see how it goes.
Well, it's more the fact that you have to like cook all the starch, because the starches in potatoes are insanely hearty.
It's probably filling, I'll give it that. But this is just a side, so they just have Stouffer's sides.
Yeah.
I did not know that. I thought they were all just their own encapsulated meals. So imagine having to get like a Voltron amount of Stouffer's meals to make a meal.
The Voltron meals.
All that for the potatoes to be undercooked. An amazing flavor. So garlicky, bit of onion in there. The cheese sauce is fine, but after all those theatrics, still just an undercooked potato. Like they don't par cook them before they like ship them for microwave consumption. But whatever that cheese top is, it is very good. That cheese on top definitely bumps it up a grade. You got baked chicken, and this smells horrible. God, it looks terrible too. What the is that? That's like an embryo. That's like some kind of like placenta. What is? Look at that. They did nothing to it. They just boiled the chicken titty in the gravy. Oh, okay. Let's try potato.
Chicken titty.
The usual.
Yeah,
they got like some kind of herb in here. There's some kind of herb there I can't even place. Like maybe just parsley. They put a little bit more flavor in it. There's actually a little bit more salt in these potatoes. They had to put a little bit something in this. They know they is over this chicken. What is this? Even when you cut it. No, the one saving grace, because they know they're screwing us over, is like actually a cut of solid chicken breast. So they said if we're gonna give you a whole piece of chicken, we ain't about to put anything else, no effort into this at all. I got a feeling this is probably gonna be the best thing ever though.
No,
because
for chicken.
They had to have put some love into this because it looks like something that comes out of somebody. They had to put like the flavor. The cook has to be perfect on this. Oh, wait. Oh, no.
He spit the first one he spit out.
What the was that? When you start chewing it, I was pleasantly surprised. I started to taste seasonings. The texture wasn't too bad, but then like as it started to like settle on the back of my tongue, it started to like taste and smell inside my mouth like garbage. Like it was spoiled or something. What the Hold on. That is...
You are eating,
it just
frozen Stouffer's meals, so I'm not sure what else you were expecting.
It doesn't smell spoiled, but it just smells like... God, I can't even describe it. Hold on. Almost like it was canned. Like, it's like has that vague something,
canned
as if you had like a canned
chicken.
meat. Like, if you ever had like sardines or like canned chicken or something like that. That almost. Disrespectful. Bitch food. Tuna noodle casserole. Boy, if I've been afraid of anything on this roster so far, it is this tuna noodle casserole. I hear about tuna noodle casseroles on like sitcoms and like that. It's never with like a positive energy.
These things are like
it's always like a
made to be
joke.
microwaved.
It's always the butt of like someone who can't cook or someone who's just super old or unimaginative in the kitchen. Woo-hoo. That is, if a show exists. Just oh gosh.
Supposed to show up any minute now.
I'm very afraid. I should have did this one when I had more of an appetite.
You shall see.
Because the smell, the look, it's not doing any favors. I had a full stomach. Wow, this is a very poor idea. Woo! All right.
Salmon is good too, Ken.
It's actually not bad. I mean, if you're a fan of like a tuna melt, you're gonna begin to get that energy. No clue what this cream is. Does it say? Oh, it has egg noodles? You son of a bitch. It has egg noodles in it. So why the f are there not egg noodles in the Salisbury steak? Anyway, mushroom celery in a creamy sauce. So what's the cream in the creamy sauce? I don't know if it's like a cheesy sauce or what, but
pretty sure
it's kind of fine. You got a crispy crust.
AnCom, did you see Maida's debate with KungFuJoe?
Watch part of it. Not a lot, because they were talking about like conspiracy shit that I was just like, eh. So, I watched a little bit of it.
Fair enough. I mean, honestly, you could just watch a Jim Bob debate and do whatever you need to do against that, but we're in for it.
Wait, I thought you were just calling KungFuJoe Jim Bob. Is this an actual person that I'm not familiar with?
Yeah, this is an actual person made by Jim Bob.
No.
Never heard of it.
On the top. Is it something I would eat every day? Not even close. Do I ever have to have it again in life? Not even close. Is it tolerable if you have to eat it? Fine. Turkey tetrazzini. Now, Stouffer's is a very good cheat code to kind of just get some of those dishes you've never had before in a very easy way. Like tetrazzini, I would always hear about that. Tuna noodle casserole, I would always hear about it. And now I'm experiencing it all in one video due to Stouffer's. And that said, I think I'm gonna hate myself for doing it, because what the f is this? What is it, olives and mushrooms in here? What? There's mushrooms. What are these super black things? There's nothing this dark on this box. Why does it look like olives are in here? That's scary. Is something bad in here? Obviously it's a mushroom, but why are the mushrooms so black? Like, it looks like a whole nother genus of mushroom compared to what I got. I'm not eating that.
Because they're using shitty quality mushrooms,
like these brown skin tone mushrooms, and then you have something that looks like it has some kind of disease. All right, first bite of turkey tetrazzini.
Not so much a disease, more likely that the mushroom was just already converting into spores when they put it in there.
But that sauce, it just has just enough energy to kind of carry it through, just enough like umami to bring it all home. Turkey, of course, is turkey born, basic bitch. The mushrooms, the ones I would actually eat. Basic bitch, right? But that sauce, and even these noodles are cooked a little bit better than most pasta I've had so far in this little series here. Average, I wouldn't buy it again, but if you served it to me and I was hungry, sure, I'd probably finish it. A slow roasted steak and potato bowl. Now, it resembles something you would get out of a frozen Asian meal type of a thing. This steak looks very poor. The steak looks like dog food, not gonna lie to you. Like that, it just really looks like kibbles and bits. It really looks like, no, it looks like Purina cat food. But you do got a little bit of fat right there at the corner, so I guess it is actually from the animal. It just, I don't know what the hell they did to it to make it look like this. I don't want to do this one at all. I don't want to do this at all. Steak, potato, and veg.
Ooh, that looks bad.
Let's see what we got here. The steak has no seasoning at all. It's like it's seasoned with water and hopes and dreams. The sauce, it's like a mild gravy. The veggies are overcooked except for like the green bean. It has like a little bit of life. It's hanging on for dear life, but it's on life support. And it's the same dead, lifeless mashed potatoes that we all know and come to expect. I'm going downhill, you guys. Oh, here we go. Salisbury steak. Sounds like a hug from an old friend, right? I can barely tip this over without like spilling this hot grease on me. Let's try
I think
the
the
mac
only way I've
first.
ever eaten Salisbury steak is from a microwave.
Solid mac. Like, you know what I mean? It's gonna be one of those macs you get in
about
your
right.
standard institution. It's fine. It's all right for what it is. And now the Salisbury steak. It's great. It's great. It does everything Salisbury steak needs to do. Swedish,
yeah, which is not a whole lot.
like
So you know,
chocolate milk.
it's a low bar.
Stouffer, stop being lazy.
Not a
It's
lot of
fettuccine.
expectation.
It's supposed to be egg noodles. If you're gonna do something, do it right. Just buy egg noodles. Don't use your fettuccine, you lazy bastards. Let's see what we got right here. They didn't even have the nerve to season it. Give me the substitute egg noodles, and they didn't season my meat. It's that putty-like texture of a meatball from before, and then you have these dead-ass fettuccine fake egg noodles. And even this chocolate milk gravy just has no flavor at all. You have a slight beef flavor to it, but it's literally like just like beef broth and flour. Meatloaf. Now, I'm wondering, is there going to be any distinction between the Salisbury steak? Because I can definitely see them just using the same Salisbury steak blend, maybe adding some peppers and onions on it and calling it a day. Let's do the potatoes because we like being sad. Yeah, they have the same potato that they add a little bit of herb to. But if you look right here, I can't tip it over too much before it starts to just drip
You don't
everywhere.
have access
But
to what?
it's a very runny, loose au jus, almost remnant of, guess what, the Salisbury steak. Let's see what we got here. It's like more bouncy. There's like buoyancy to it. And I do see like, you can kind of feel where there's like pork in it opposed to like, you know, just the beef of the Salisbury steak, I guess. And of course there's some veg in there too. For the fact that it's just the Salisbury steak, like texture wise, with like a few more elements, I guess I would have to kind of give it the same grade, but like this just seems like it's a bit less for some reason. Cause it just doesn't give you meatloaf. Meatloaf should have more, like it shouldn't be as moist, right? Like meatloaf should be a bit drier, not unsatisfactory dry, but it's not supposed to be as moist as a Salisbury steak. No, I can't at all good conscience give this a good pass. A fried chicken and mashed potato bowl. So this must be their first bowl. Trying to compete with KFC's famous bowl. You got chicken, mashed potatoes, gravy, and corn. Just no cheese. Why no cheese? Why not be the full doppelganger? A little bit of everything here. A little corn, a little potato. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, that's good. It is pretty good. The chicken is supremely seasoned. I don't even know if you can see the bits of seasoning on there. It's super peppery with a savory too. And you could tell before it got doused in this gravy, it was probably fried well. But the chicken is carrying it. Everything else about it is pretty mid, pretty average, honestly. Stouffer's mac and cheese. Now, I opted to put this in the hot box because we've had so much macaroni and cheese so far from Stouffer's.
Now this one is a classic,
The
the
standalone
Stouffer's
one,
version.
they would give a little love to. So baking it gives at least what I want out of macaroni and cheese out of it. I don't really want a super runny macaroni and cheese. Baked mac and cheese is by far the superior mac and cheese. Fight me in the comments if you disagree.
Steak by
You
definition
kinda
cannot
sorta
be
get
pork.
this energy here without
Absolutely
like a top.
rude.
It doesn't have like a cheesy or crunchy top. And also I wonder if they like changed the formula, the recipe of their standalone mac opposed to a mac with one of their like accoutrements. You know what I mean? See what we got. Okay, I think it's the same recipe, maybe a bit more flavor. Is there a different cheese in here? Or it's just a cheddar cheese sauce? It's still that basic bitch sauce, but it's fine. I mean, impressively, the noodles are cooked perfectly in my eyes, just over al dente. Enough body to hold the cheese sauce in between the noodles like a real man. And that cheddar cheese sauce honestly is not bad. It's just not a lot of complexity to it, but it does what a cheddar cheese sauce should do. It's robust. The flavor pops on these noodles like your girl pops on my boy.
can't have a pork
If
steak?
you just want some macaroni and cheese and you don't want to slave over an oven for an hour,
Yeah,
pop
that's
this
what I
bitch
was
in there
thinking. I
for
thought
about,
like there were
11
pork
minutes
steaks.
or an hour if you bake it. It's solid. It'll do what it needs to do.
It's like you can have steaks of other animals. Like I've seen alligator steaks and giraffe steaks and shit like that.
Okay. 101.39. Let me just share it to myself. All right, you ready for this, AnCom? Because Joe's late.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Let me actually catch up quick.
This is Jim.
Now I'm getting really mad. Now I'm just getting real mad.
Oh, Lord. And he's going after Professor Dave. This ought to be great.
By the way, thank you for buying your books. For everyone who got books, go to madebyjimbob.com. I would say my stream...
Shilling books first thing. Classic.
Behind on Super Chats. It's a good problem. Thank you guys for giving me a good problem. Jim Bob just is right. Alter Void. Why does the function of an eye even matter? Maybe the function in the future may be different. Yes, Alter Void. You just ask them. Can the eye under evolution? You know how they say a human group will die as a human group.
Yeah, tuna steak.
Yeah, but it
It's
still
not
needs to
cow,
create some
but it is
splinter
steak.
effect that produces a non-human eventually, right? Or not? Yeah, that could happen. So what? So there's one moment where one thing splinters from a human is not a human, but comes from a human. That's weird. Well, they have to say the same thing, Alter Void, for items.
Trying to find
the items, are they going to say, no, once you have an eye, the eye exists until it's dead, no longer an eye, completely. But there might be some derivative of an eye that streams away from an eye that becomes something else that it's not. Why? Well, what's inconsistent with that? Why don't you just bite the bullet, guys? How would you even know that any part of my body isn't becoming another part, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you know that humans won't have a dick nose? And you're like, stop smelling me, bro.
So this is who we're dealing with.
Dustin for $5.
Back to it?
See that there?
Sorry, I was responding to Why Does in DMs.
Oh, well, it continues.
Okay.
Get to here.
Namely, this torpedo shape. Same environment, same selective pressures, so we can expect similar phenotypes, even though they aren't closely related.
Yeah.
In contrast, something like pharyngeal gill slits support common ancestry because they are remnants of embryonic development in ancestral forms. They do not become gills. They follow some
just the
other
way we're going
pathway
down the evolutionary
due to specific
train.
mutations that alter the progress of embryonic development at a particular time. Homology is not an assumption. It is a deductive information.
It's amazing. Like, this guy thinks because in the early stages there's something similar to a gill that does a similar task inside of liquid that kind of sifts out oxygen for a specific time in their life, but then it doesn't continue. He thinks that's evidence that it came from a fish, which is insane because think about it. When you look at human beings, the only way you could observe such a phenomenon in a specific time in their development, given that it has a specific purpose, given that fetuses are inside of fluid, he says, well, we came from fish or something because of that, right? Because, obviously we have gills, so we have tails.
Don't use pharyngeal gill slits to breathe in utero. We do that from our mother's lungs, supplying oxygen to her blood, which then is given to us. This is fucking stupid. There is no developmental reason for humans to have gills at any point in our developmental cycles, except for the fact that they come from a shared homology. My God.
And you're like, well, no. There's a problem with this because the thing you're pointing at grants human beings as two sexes that come together and produce this thing. You need to tell me, Dave Farina, how you even got humans with two separate sexes that need to come together, produce, conceive, where the woman expands her stomach and inside a child is growing. Right? Why would the gill precede a future that doesn't exist? Why would a gill for a pre-human keep itself around for a future where your parents are not underwater? You know what I mean? Like you have to piece this together.
Because it didn't have any
like it's a set of
selective
dominoes
pressures
unfolding.
on it.
You have to look at it this way. If you look at it like a bunch of dominoes unfolding, the more absurd it gets. I don't know if you guys understand how insane.
Like it's like there were no negative
live
selection
outside of
pressures.
water.
There were once we
Right
got onto
now.
land, which is why we
come
lost
together
them
using
in
two
later
sexes.
stages. But the basic developmental cycles never needed to lose them. There was no benefit gained from losing them. There was no selective pressure against it during the developmental cycle to lose it. So there was it's just that it never went away. It doesn't have a purpose.
I was hoping I could find the Pachycetus rant, but this is such a long video I couldn't find the exact moment. Might even be.
We conceive a child, and inside the womb, for a very specific function, the fetus, the unborn person, can live inside a pure fluid until it doesn't. From his view, not only does he have to explain how humans develop from into two sexes, from not that, he has to go back in time and develop not that, because that needed.
Yeah, you're talking about the advent of sexual reproduction, which predates multicellular animals by millions of years. So, like, it's not just humans. You have to explain why every single multicellular animal, almost, I think there may be some that, now I have to think about it, if there are any, like, microscopic animals that can reproduce primarily asexually.
It's a couple of, oh god.
Like, I think there are some jellies that can do it. Like, their life cycle is that sometimes they will reproduce asexually and effectively be clones, and then sometimes they will reproduce sexually, and that's how they, do gene recombination and stuff, which is good for long-term adaptability. But yeah, like, the vast majority of multicellular life reproduces sexually. Like, this goes back before we split off from plants, okay? Plants reproduce sexually. Actually, that might have been a convergent thing. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Convergent evolution. Plants can...
Yeah, sexual reproduction might have been a convergent thing. I can't remember.
Mida says starfish can do it. Okay, Joe is on his way from what he says. So back to the Stokers. You've been warmed up at this point and already you're pissed off at the bullshit you're about to hear.
Okay, it's a common ancestor of eukaryotes. That's is where so like back when we were single-celled organisms is when sexual reproduction developed.
That is what it looks like. Wow. I don't know where you get... I need to get some of those. Those are dope.
To vent it, but the venting does absolutely nothing for it because you still just get all of that moisture on there. There's nothing to help fry it in a sense. Comes with some very questionable looking potatoes. I assume they're potatoes. They don't resemble potatoes right now. Let's see what we have. Those actually have the most flavor out of any potato I've had in any dish. Now, I don't know if it's the juices of the chicken dripping down onto the potato, or if it's the fact that it's just so little in this little portion that the flavors had no choice but to concentrate. And there's depth of flavor too. There's like layers of different things going on in those potatoes. Okay, weird. Now, a piece of this chicken patty-like substance here. Oh, and don't think you're getting like whole meat chicken here. That is definitely a patty here. I got a bit that's a little crisp in it. The seasoning smells great on here. It smells like it's gonna do everything it's supposed to do, but let's see what we have. It's like a decent chicken tender. It got all like the basic fried chicken seasonings on there. It's not gonna knock your socks off. You're not gonna be calling the colonel and telling him to quit his job over it. And there is one edge where you do get like a little bit of a crisp to it. For what it is, it's about to be, and it's coming from a black man. Fettuccine Alfredo. So just noodles and sauce with this one. A very random, completely uncooked noodle. Don't know how that happened, and it's kind of stupid when they just have this sauce separate from the noodles because the noodles just stick together like it's some kind of like schoolyard art class putty, and you can't really get any real like mixture going on. I'll try my best for you, the people. Let's see what we got. That Alfredo sauce is fire. Like when the very first one we tried, it's like that exact same way. It's just so cheesy, so flavorful, not just salt. Like it just has so many layers of flavor to it.
Before he gets here, I'm gonna go grab some water so I've got something during the discussion. I'll be right back.
But it's just so damn good. The noodles are absolutely dog balls, but that sauce, I could drink this sauce. I don't know what they do to the mother sauce, the Alfredo. Like this is like a C, only because the noodles are balls. If it was just the sauce, this would be an A. A creamy chicken a la king casserole. I don't know how I accidentally left all these casseroles for the end of this video. Oh, now I gotta power my way through this just very ambiguous looking. This rice is almost giving like risotto. Strange enough. Veg, rice, chicken. See, we got... No.
It does not like
you get more peppers and peas than anything. The rice beat to oblivion. It's just mush. And the chicken, they did nothing to it but give it like a salt water brine. Now again, you got that all white meat chicken, but when you just let it soak in salt water and you serve it to me, I feel disrespected and I feel like an idiot for even toying myself with it. And that's a solid F, and I want you to think about that, Stofers. Like you're selling this, people are buying this. So actually,
people are buying this
of the turkey and Thanksgiving, the gravy stuff and shit or whatever it is. So it's really like 26. I just want to explain it because some of y'all, if I didn't put this in here and it ended up being 26 at the end of the thing, some of y'all were going to ride all the way up in my rectum and be like, oh, he lied. He said it was 27, but it's really 26. It's this. I made a mistake. Bite me. Now I know we all were waiting on the lasagna. I had to make you wait for it, like I make your mama wait for it. Now this is like Stouffer's bread and butter. This is their baby, if you will. Has to be good, right? Now the thing that gets me off rip is that they do not put ricotta in this. It's just mozzarella cheese, which automatically gives you like half of a grade below wherever you would normally land. Because how the f you have lasagna without ricotta? Sounds absurd.
Yeah, no, that's just wrong.
It's good lasagna, like objectionably, it's good lasagna. You can tell they put love into this one. It's a good tomato sauce. It's thick, it's like robust, even has like little bits of tomato in it. There's actually bits of like garlic you taste there. It's a very bright, like fresh tomato taste. A little too sweet. There's like a lot of sugar in this for some reason. I get what they were going for. It's just too much for me. The noodles cooked well. It's not overcooked. Even the meat, that's a whole chunk of like ground meat. Eating it on its own, it's almost like it's just like their Salisbury steak that they just chunk up. But damn it, at the end of the day, they're putting some fucking effort into the lasagna. You can tell that's their bread and butter for a reason. And finally, I have no idea how to even tackle this. A spinach souffle. Doesn't that sound like a punishment? Like if you were from some kind of like really f***ed up household where they punished you with food or prison. Cruel and unusual are the two words that come to mind when I begin to think about what reason this exists. Like, come on, like just what the actual what's even in this? How do they describe this? A chopped spinach baked with skim milk and eggs. Boy, you know y'all some evil motherfuckers. All right, let's see. We're definitely gonna do a small bite of this. A spinach souffle. There's no angle of this that looks like it's going to be appealing. I can't begin to calculate. It might be decent. If it goes the route of like a cream of spinach type of thing, it could be decent. Last one of the video.
He's taking the bullets for us so we don't have to.
Like this video, comment spinach if you made it this far. Let's see. No! Nope. Imagine spinach jelly. Green. That's literally the texture. It's like, do you know like those jelly candies that used to come like a little like plastic bag you would have to squeeze out? It'd be like cherry or grape or something like that, but it like gave that texture of like a very runny, loose jello kind of a thing. Imagine that, but spinach flavor with bits of spinach. Oh God, and there's like that creaminess too. You taste the skim milk. Why skim milk? Why not whole milk? And then the egg too. Yeah. Oh God, you taste everything in the worst possible way. It is an abomination. This is literally some kind of dumbass like joke of a food. You can't tell me they sell this bull. You can't tell me this does numbers. Who is eating this shit? People were just discovering how to cook like back millions of years ago. This is probably the they came up with. This is medieval stuff. That's torture. Horrible.
Hold on.
Horrible.
What's up?
They keep popping in and out. I don't know what just happened.
Yeah, I don't know what happened either, but
AnCom just left.
Well, no, I moved AnCom to the extra close because we're going to do the debate now.
Ah, okay. Cool.
So I will catch you later, Jeremy. Thanks for coming and hanging out.
Oh, no problem. See you later.
We're going to get to business here.
All right, enjoy yourself.
Oh, that's funny. All right, moving over to the room. Can everybody hear everybody?
Yo, sorry I'm late.
What's up, Joe? All right, gonna change the scene up. To the extra close. confused. All right.
Leith, are you going to be drunk or high for this?
Sober, unfortunately, with mild amounts of caffeine. No, the Chris Brown, that Chris Brown meme was hilarious.
I gotta see that again.
Ben 10 turns himself into Chris Brown.
What the fuck? Sick.
So I think AnCom stepped away to get some water. So
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, he's not wearing the drip today. Not even the crown?
Nah, no crown. I gotta get a new one. Kids crumpled it.
You talking about the Kung Fu gi usually wearing videos?
I had one. I only had one debate where I wore my very comfy Chinese shirt. Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. I think that was the one with fuck, what was the name? Metro
you did? Metra guy?
Metra, yeah, on Evolution. Yeah, I watched that one earlier today just to see where you're coming from.
Got it. Okay.
All right.
What did you think about that? Okay, yeah.
I think you have some fundamental misunderstandings that I'm hoping I can clear up. We'll see.
Got it.
So this prompt jumped around a bit. So before we start, let's just nail down what that prompt is, and then we'll get it popping.
I mean, I think the one that I put last was the one that Joe agreed to. So, shit,
well, you put down
I put down a couple of things because. Yeah, because I had to do both the definition and prompt and definition just because. All right.
Sure.
So the prompt I proposed was: the theory of evolution is an internally consistent explanation for the diversity of life on Earth, and as such is valid to believe as true. And I define the theory of evolution as the process by which populations of organisms change over generations through genetic variation, natural selection, mutation, genetic drift, gene flow, and related mechanisms, resulting in descendants that differ from their ancestors, typically becoming better adapted to their environment.
That's the problem.
There was a reason I did both, because I wanted to make sure we did both the prompt and then the definition of the word that seems to be at issue here. So, and just to be clear, I used the definition that you gave a day or two ago. Literally copy pasted it. I think I may have added one thing where I said "and related mechanisms" because there are a couple other things besides the 4 that are listed there that I wanted to make sure, or 5 that are listed there that I wanted to make sure were in play. But it was, it was meant to be a relatively minor modification.
All right.
Yeah, I have no issue with the definition.
Cool.
Yeah. So
onward to opening statements.
You can go first.
Honestly, I was looking at this more as a conversation than any sort of formal debate with opening statements or anything.
Works for me.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with that. Your main thing was that you had questions. And you said even after I sent you the playlist of videos from Clint's Reptiles, who I think does a really good job at both trying to do his best at representing creationist arguments honestly and then showing where they are mistaken or fail in some way. I think he does a very good job at that. You mentioned that you had watched a couple of those videos and still had questions, so I'm mainly curious about what your questions are in relation to evolution to see if they are something that I can answer, or at least I can help you find an answer.
Sure. I mean, I have a list of questions, and it keeps getting longer.
Yep, perfectly fine.
I just wanted to kind of maybe lay a couple ground things. So I know you like to give thorough explanations, and I appreciate that.
Yep.
However, I think we can both give each other a little room for kind of like reasonable interruption. Like, let's say if maybe you misunderstand something I'm saying and you start into your explanation, and the explanation lines up with what you think I said, but then I might have to interject and be like, oh, actually, no, that's not what I meant. Right? Like, I don't want to seem like I'm being rude or anything like that. I just think, likewise,
I know that I know that I have a tendency to be long-winded as well. So yeah, if I'm going too long, or I say something where maybe you think I've mischaracterized something you said, I am absolutely fine with you interrupting to provide a correction.
Likewise. Okay, sounds good. I guess I could just kind of give a brief opening statement just to kind of set the tone, like set the for the beginning, like, and then see where you want to go from there. So let's say I have kind of these two competing worldviews, right? And we'll say, for the sake of an analogy, I'm like in the middle, where we got the Christian and the one who believes in evolution. Now, I tell the Christian, like, okay, what is your worldview? And the Christian will say, well, my worldview is that the world is made of both physical and non-physical things, and those non-physical things, like kind of like math, logic, love, things of this nature, are not physical, not measurable by science, and thus there are universal concepts that require like a universal mind, like for them to remain constant. Because if people are particulars, then you can't ground things like logic in a particular human, because logic is universal, right? And I'm like, okay, great. So what would your proof for God be? And they'd be like, well, the thing is that it's kind of like a firsthand experience. I can try my best to explain it to you, but you'll never get the full like grasp of what I'm talking about unless you actually do the thing. So one of the analogies I kind of use is like, I don't know if you ever seen the movie They Live with like Roddy Piper and Keith David.
Oh gosh, I like it feels familiar.
I feel like Leith knows what I'm talking about.
No, yeah, They Live, the one with the sunglasses where, like, yes,
glasses.
Okay. I've never actually watched it. I have been meaning to for fucking years because I love the concept of the movie, and I just never got around to actually watching it.
Damn, I hope I'm not spoiling it for you now, because maybe I can't use this.
I know the basic concept of it, so I don't mind.
Yeah,
it's a movie from the 80s. I lost all rights to being safe from spoilers the moment I was born, really, because I was born in 86. So I've had my entire life to watch it. I claim no right to freedom from spoilers.
All right, well, there you go. So, I mean, there's a famous fight scene, and it's like, it lasts forever, and all Rowdy Piper is trying to do is show him, like, look, I'm seeing these things, and these are not people, and I know this all sounds super nutty, right? Just me describing it in words to you, but I need you to just put these glasses on, and the only way you're going to understand what I've seen is if you also put the glasses on. And he's like, no, I don't want to put the glasses on. They get in a big brawl over it, right? So
actually, I think I've seen that scene in like clips, but continue.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's kind of notorious for being a very long, drawn out battle where you're like, how are these guys both getting up and taking hits still and not getting very bruised up? But anyway, let's say this is an analogy that the Christian gives me as proof of God. Like, look, I can't put the glasses on for you. You kind of have to go through the steps and put the glasses on yourself before you can see the thing that I'm talking about. And I'm like, all right, fair enough. That this all kind of seems to line up logically with your worldview. Now, granted, I maybe haven't put the glasses on to check whether or not what you're saying is true there, but that's at least kind of logically consistent. Where when I switch over to kind of like the atheist worldview that includes evolution to kind of fill in the gaps where God is for the Christian, and I try to critique it on its own logic and see if it kind of holds up, right? And I seem to just end up with more questions than answers.
Okay, all right. So a couple of things I wanted to just kind of... So your primary complaint is that you don't see evolution as being logically consistent, and you see the Christian worldview as being logically consistent, right?
Yeah, like when I internally critique each one, Christianity seems to have explanations that buttress its worldview.
Okay, so my issue with the idea of a religious explanation for otherwise natural things is that, according to the Christian worldview, God is all-powerful, can do literally anything, yes? Is that an accurate...
Well...
Or at least can do anything... Or at least can do anything that is within the realm of logical consistency.
Yeah, correct. He would... Okay. Well, so God assumes a nature, and he is kind of limited by the logic of that nature.
Okay, cool. But, for the purposes of our discussion, anything within the natural world that we observe is within God's power to affect, yes?
Yeah, according to my worldview, I suppose, yeah.
Cool. That's all I'm trying to get at here. So, if God can be used as an explanation for any natural phenomena that we see, then that means you can just say God did it for literally everything, which entirely defeats the purpose of scientific inquiry, does it not?
No, so what God does is he doesn't like literally control every single like action that nature does. He just gave the earth, he gave the world its own nature, and it just kind of operates automatically according to that nature.
So, according to that explanation then, just to make sure I'm clear here, when God gave the earth its nature, as you say, and the world operates according to that nature, then is it not possible that God could have created the nature such that that evolution still occurred? Like, if we're leaving out origin of life, abiogenesis, we're leaving that out of this conversation, which generally I hear discussions on evolution get pulled into that, but I consider them two different things. So if we leave out origin of life and just say, what is the reason for the diversity of life? If you accept that God gave the earth some inherent nature, and that what we see operating in the world is in accordance with that nature, then is it not possible that evolution, as we see it in our scientific research, is also in accordance with that nature?
I see what you're saying, and this wasn't on my bingo card exactly, but I can address it because I've talked with Christians who kind of accept evolution as being true, and I would, there's a simple argument there for me anyway, which is the God bearer argument. You are, if you're made, if Scripture says that man is made in the image of God, and God is all powerful, why would he need to create like a multi-billion year precursor to man rather than just create man that do it the way it says he did it, right?
Okay, but at the same time, there's also no reason that he wouldn't do it that way. If, as the Bible claims to God, 1 day is equal to 1,000 years. Basically, time is, for all intents and purposes, from the perspective of God, meaningless. Then there is the same amount of reason to do it in the short time span we have described by Middle Eastern pastoralists as there is to do it in the way that our scientific understanding and research into the nature of the earth has shown us.
Yeah, but okay, so I gotta try to clear this up. So the thing is that it would go against scripture as we understand it to kind of accept evolution as that was the process that led up to mankind. And also there's the occurrence of Jesus appearing in, as a man, as a human man, right?
Jesus isn't really relevant to this because he's New Testament. Like, we're talking Old Testament creation here.
But that's still, Jesus is God. It's the same person. It's the same being.
If you're going to go Trinitarian with it, fine, but let's just stick to God here, because bringing Jesus in, bringing the name Jesus into it just brings in additional complications that I don't think are useful to this conversation.
I'm giving you the reason to why I do not believe that evolution is justified through a Christian worldview.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why I invoke Christ, because Christ is central to Christianity, right? And if God chose to appear as Christ, then that is and he chose to make us in his image, then it is pretty obvious that this image, this current form that we have as humans, is what he chose for us to be.
Well, the reason I say that Christ isn't useful to this conversation is that Jews and Muslims also accept the basic, Old Testament biblical account of creation, and they don't believe the same as you do that Christ is God. They have other conceptions of what and who the figure of Christ was, but they still hold to the same basic creation account. So it seems to me that, at least from the standpoint of looking at it from a particular worldview, whether it be Christian, Judaic, or Muslim, the figure of Christ isn't really relevant to the discussion of how the world began.
It is when he is the reason that I don't believe in evolution.
Okay, interesting. So what is it that Christ says? I'm assuming it is something that Christ says that makes you... Okay, then what is it about Christ's existence that makes you think that the creation could not have happened according to all of the evidence that we see within the world around us?
That he appeared to us in the form of a human man rather than some future iteration of what a human man would be. He could have appeared to us as what he would come back as, right? And we'd be like, all right, we know what to look for, right? But he didn't.
There are no physical descriptions of Jesus in the Bible. We don't know that.
Sir, I'm sorry. Could we try our best not to... I mean... like I said, if you want a clarification, or if I start explaining down the wrong road, you can interrupt me. But if I'm trying to explain the basics of my worldview, I would think that if you were listening, you could hear me better.
When you make statements that don't make sense to me, such as this assertion that Jesus would have appeared as some future version, some future evolved form of human, I have to be like, okay, but A, we don't have any physical descriptions of Jesus in the Bible. B, it would have made
Yes, we
more
do.
sense for him to spread his.
That's false. I'm sorry.
All right. So, what is the physical description given of Jesus in the Bible?
That he had like a bronze-colored skin and hair that was of wool.
Okay, that's not particularly descriptive. I mean,
it's still a physical description.
Okay, sure. But the point of me saying that, and mind you, I don't recall that. Do you, out of curiosity, do you have a source for that particular description? Because that's one I've not heard before.
The Bible.
Well, yes.
You want me to pull up the description from the Bible?
Book, chapter, and verse reference would be nice. That's all I'm asking for. I don't think that's a lot.
Sure, I'll look it up for you.
Yeah, I will go ahead and wait for you to look that up because I don't want to throw more thoughts at you while you're distracted.
No, I want to get the exact thing you're asking for. So. It says Isaiah 53:2. It says, "Had no beauty or majesty to attract us to him, nothing in his appearance that we should desire him, suggesting he looked like an ordinary man
Old
without
Testament,
special noticeable features."
That's
it's all part of the same.
Well, yeah, but Isaiah was written long before Jesus was around, and like that, the passages, or when Isaiah is talking about it's not Christ he's talking about, because he wouldn't have known who Christ was.
Let's see, where in the Bible is the physical? It is in Book of Revelation 1:14. Includes John's visions of the Son of Man. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as flame of fire, and his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace, and his voice as sound as many waters.
Okay, so this was a description of him as seen by John at some point in the future, not as he appeared to the people of Judea.
That's the description of him.
Okay, but like I guess I should have been more specific in what I said, which was we do not have a physical description of Jesus in the time that he was physically in Judea preaching his gospels, correct?
Well, they knew who to look for based on the description. He's a fulfillment of prophecy.
Yes, but all of the prophecies that Jesus has said to have fulfilled were those of actions, not of physical descriptions. My point here is that your argument was that Jesus, if evolution were true, that Jesus, or the question is, why didn't he appear as some future evolved form of humanity to, I think, as you said, give us an idea of what to look for, rather than appearing as he did as a man. But the issue that I'm having with that argument is that there is no physical description given of him when he was physically in Judea preaching his message. No?
Why would that matter? Why would that matter?
Because that was your argument.
My argument is that there is a physical description of Christ in the Bible.
Yes, but that was only in response to my objection that there wasn't a physical description, to your explanation that that Christ appeared to us, meaning the ancient Judeans, as a human, not as some future variant of human that we might see through evolution. The point
he
is
was like an
that
ordinary man.
Your assertion, yeah. So your assertion is that he appeared as an ordinary man, but
that's not my assertion. That's what it says.
There was no physical. You've just concluded that there's no physical description of Jesus as he was in Judea. The only physical description
that you
seem to have is is from Revelation, which is a vision seen by John of some future time in which he may have looked different.
Do you see why? Do you see why this answers the question? Because if it gives a description of who to look for, and then they find that person, they're like, "Yeah, that's him right there," right? Like that's all you need.
Okay, but that wasn't your initial argument.
No. You're not listening. Then, if you listen, you can hear me.
Hold on. We have a moderator here who can help with this. So when Leafy, when Joe gave his implication,
my claim was that there is a physical description of Christ in the Bible. That was my claim.
Well, yes, but no, I'm talking about the claim that came before that, because that claim was in response to my objection to a different claim you made.
And this is the case.
What? I don't see what the problem is. What's the problem?
Okay, Leafy, is there a bridge that I'm missing here to bridge this gap?
Not necessarily, because the question came up in the chat of why did God appear to the Jews as a burning bush, if this is a linear way to think about it.
Yeah, now I don't know how relevant that particular question is, but the point of this was that if evolution is true, then you asserted that Jesus would have appeared during his ministry as something that was not like the humans of the day, but some future version of humanity. That was your claim, yes?
It just, if God was going to choose, it says God made us in his image, right? And then Jesus shows up as a man also. Shows up as a man. Right.
Yeah, but
so
what does
God makes us in his image.
Technically he said our image, but it was a plural.
No. You make it, if you look at it, God made us in his image.
No.
That's what it says.
And we will make man in our image. Is the exact.
And we will make man in our image. Sure, that's what the wording says. Sure.
Yes. Yeah, it says, then God said, "Let us make humans in our image according to our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea," and blah blah blah. So yeah, it was a plural first person pronoun that was used in the Hebrew. That's not really the point, though. The point is, like, our image and our likeness is a little bit vague, because that suggests that, like, God has a particular physical form that he could not change, which I don't think is given that we've seen multiple other different physical incarnations of God throughout the Old Testament, that doesn't really hold with that interpretation. Anyways, so yeah, so the idea that Jesus
Christ
came,
is God.
I mean, sure. I don't really care about that, because I don't even necessarily believe that a God exists. So
I know.
According to your worldview, fine. The point here is that your question of what Jesus would have looked like during his ministry to the Judeans, right, would have been something that would help his ministry. So he would be expected to look like a human of the day, and that would have been true no matter who he appeared to. He would wanted to look like someone whose message would actually be listened to, no?
Yes, but correct. But you also have this problem of the God bearer image that we have, which it says that we're made in the image of the Creator, right? Whoever created us, we were made in that image. That's what it says. So that gives me gives me no reason to believe that we had some previous form.
But this goes back to our earlier discussion of, if God created a nature of Earth, and even I'll even give you created a nature of humanity, both of those natures could be expressed through the mechanisms, the physical mechanisms of evolution over
Well, let's dive into
several
instead,
hundred million
then.
years.
If evolution makes sense, then it might align with this belief, right? But that's my contention, is that it doesn't.
Okay, so where is the misalignment that you see then?
So I guess first off, it would be kind of like, like when we do science, right? We try to figure out how the world works. So someone looks at water and they ask a question like, well, I wonder what would happen if we drastically change the temperature of water one direction or the other, right? And then so you get it really cold and it changes its physical property to a solid, and then you get it super hot, it changes its physical property to like a mist or whatever. So you ask the question and then you run the experiment, and then it's falsifiable, right? So if what would happen? Would nothing happen? Does something happen? And then you record that, and it's like this repeatable process time after time. And you're like, okay, I guess we know that when we get water below this certain temperature or above this certain temperature, it changes, right? So the problem is that
within certain other conditions, generally, yes.
Yeah, so we control all the different conditions until we figure out like what we add or what we subtract that keeps like a consistent outcome, right? And then we record the findings, and then we're like, okay, we know this is a valid scientific theory. Now, the one of the propositions that evolution holds, it actually does not go through the scientific method. It just gets assumed, I've never seen it successfully go through the scientific method. So, what would that look like?
I was actually about to ask you the same question, because you're the one asserting that the theory of evolution does not go through the scientific method. You describe the scientific method, at least in part, in your example with water. So why don't you and I see if we can work out what it would look like to apply the scientific method to the diversity of life on Earth, to see if we could figure out, okay, why are there so many different kinds of life on Earth? If we are going a priori, which means we take nothing as granted to begin with, so like we set aside the belief of creation and the Bible, and we look at this and say, okay, what is the best explanation we can find through our scientific reasoning?
Before you answer, Joe, we need a clarification on what the scientific method is.
Yes.
Sure. Pull it up. I could pull it up. You could pull it up. I don't care.
I mean, is there one that you're
Here,
particularly
I'm going to look it up on my... I'm going to go by the official one. Here, I'm going to look it up on my phone, so we all know exactly, we're all agreeing to the exact same thing.
Okay, so I'm going to go from the Wikipedia definition here, and I'm not in the Twitch chat, so I'm going to put this in the side chat. Lethe, if you could forward it to
just look up the
rest of the chat. The rest of the chat, just to so they all know what I'm looking at. Oh shit, I can't do it in this one, so I will. I'm just gonna throw this into into the chat in River Lethe, because I can do that. There we go. All right. So the scientific method
is you have the observation, question, research, hypothesis, experiment, test hypothesis, draw conclusions, and then report. That's what I have.
Okay, that is a simplistic model of the scientific method, but for the purposes of this discussion, it will work.
Okay, so I guess when it comes to like the single ancestor theory, like what's the observation?
The observation is, there have been many of them, mainly that we see both at the morphological physical level, the genetic level, as well as the species population level. We have seen multiple indications that there are changes over time depending on environmental conditions predominantly, but a few other mechanisms that can also assert themselves, that we see changes to organisms happening over time based on conditions.
Can I stop you there? How do you see how do you see the changes in the organisms?
I mean, we can just observe them directly.
How?
I mean, I can watch how a population of bacteria change in their antibiotic resistance over time, and it usually happens pretty quickly because bacteria replicate very fast, and so like I can put them in a petri dish with varying levels of an antibiotic at different regions, and as they
and
grow
it changes into not bacteria.
Say again?
It changes into not bacteria. It changes
Why
into
would that
a
happen?
different life form. Well, I'm asking you because I'm asking you that where do we see these changes? And you say we observe it, and I'm like, okay, so
changes in antibacterial resistance over time, as an example.
But it's still bacteria.
We see changes
so
in morphological and. Wait. You're saying it's so because it's still bacteria, you think there's no change?
I didn't say that. I'm saying it's still a
That's what you
bacteria,
asked.
so it hasn't changed from a bacteria into something else.
Why would we expect that?
What? Huh? It's your that's you tell me, it's your worldview.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, that is a crucial misunderstanding. That is a crucial misunderstanding of evolution.
Let's just rewind it back again. Okay, so evolution posits that so we're going through the observation again, right? And you're saying you observe changes. I'm asking you, what do we observe in the observation when it comes specifically to the proposition of common ancestry? Like what are we seeing that, like, how do we take that through the scientific method?
Okay. I mean, we look at the historical record, so like I can see that gray wolves over a course of tens of thousands of years have been changed into multiple different varieties of dogs.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
We have historical record. Is historical record not reliable in your view? Because that kind of kills a lot of biblical shit.
Aren't dogs like engineered?
Doesn't matter if it's artificial or natural selection. It's still evolution. No, it doesn't.
Hold on. No, yes, it does. Because evolution, that's not the theory of evolution.
The process by which populations of organisms change over generations. It doesn't say anything in there about artificial.
Gotta let him finish.
It doesn't say anything in there about artificial versus natural selection. Not a damn thing.
So who created us?
Did we need to be created?
You tell me. It's your worldview.
I mean, you're asking who created us, but within your question, there is an assumption. Your assumption is that we were created. So I'm questioning the assumption in the question that you asked, because you are.
Hold on.
This is a fallacy known as poisoning the well. You are including an assumption in a question.
Just asking
I
questions.
can't answer the question you asked without acknowledging the assumption. There's no such thing as just asking questions. You know exactly what you're asking and when.
No, you could just answer the question and then that would like clear it all up, right?
Your question contains a false assumption, so it's an invalid question. That is my answer
What's
to your
the false
question.
assumption? What is
the
the
false
false
assumption? Is that
assumption?
humans were created. You
No,
asked
no,
who
no.
created humans. No, you asked.
You're
You
saying
asked,
it doesn't matter.
No, you asked who created humans.
you
Within that
interrupting
question
me?
is an assumption that humans were created. Therefore,
I'm
that is
responding to
an
you. I'm
assumption that
responding
has
to
not been
your claim.
demonstrated, and therefore the
Hold
question
on.
is invalid until that
Hold on,
assumption
calm down.
can be demonstrated.
Calm down. I'm responding to your claim of it doesn't matter if it's artificial or not. It's still evolution. That's what you said in response to me. But hold on. That is not what evolution
your
posits.
question doesn't follow. Yes, it is.
No,
if you don't agree to that,
hold
then
on.
I'm
asking
provide me a
you-
source that says artificial selection cannot induce evolution.
I didn't say. Hold on. I'm asking you. Let's rewind it back again. I'm asking you to give me an account of how us humans, mechanically, how did it happen that we became human? And you're saying, well, the same way wolves became dogs, and I'm like, but that was engineered by us, and I'm like, we had a hand in that. Like, there's no hand in how we got created, unless you're saying there is. I don't know.
Is there a human hand in how wild dogs got created? Because there are species of wild dogs that were not created by humans.
Yes. You have to create the domestic dog first. They become wild, and then they become wild dogs.
Hey, look what I can do!
No, you're thinking of like dingoes, which were created by humans and then became feral. I'm talking
That's a
about
wild
genuine
dog.
wild dogs that were not created by humans.
There are plenty of wild dogs who are descendant from engineered humans.
I think you misspoke there because you just said there were wild dogs who were descendant from engineered humans. I think you meant from
I'm sorry, you're right. Engineered dogs by
breeds of
humans.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Sorry. Precision of language is important. I just want to make that. All right.
No.
So
thank you for
the point is there are also lineages of dogs who were not engineered by humans who still evolved from gray wolves that humans had no hand in because they were never domesticated,
Mm-hmm.
and that exist today through natural selection.
I'm not doubting you. I've just never heard of that. I've heard of wild dogs being explained by domesticated dogs that got into the wild and then continued in the wild. That's how it was explained to me. But sure, we can go with that.
Okay. So you asked how did humans come about to be as they are today, and I want to set a bound. Like, how far back are we talking? Are you talking about just until the species that we classify under the name Homo sapiens was observed, or going back farther than that to a shared ancestor with other apes, with other monkeys, with other primates, etc.? Like, how far back are you looking for us to go?
So, like, as far back as we can go, because the fundamental problem for me is when I compare compare, like, let's say the creationist worldview to the atheist one that believes in evolution. Now, I'm
go the evolution worldview, because atheism is not a prerequisite for evolution.
You're right. So anyway, the evolution worldview, basically, and the reason why I brought up like the sunglasses from the movie was that there's an analogy I make where it's like there's a magician on stage performing magic tricks, right? And I have these glasses, here's the thing: is that the magician, to you, the magician is invisible because I have these special glasses that see the magician, in his invisibility suit or whatever, and he's up there doing magic tricks, and I'm like, there's a magician up there doing magic tricks, and you're sitting there saying, no, magic tricks are just happening. And that's the dichotomy between the creationist worldview and the evolutionist one, because here's the thing: the major logical pitfall for me for evolution is that they just have to grant themselves already fully functioning populations and deep time. Just poofed in the air out of nowhere.
Back up. Deep time, I acknowledge, but already fully functioning populations is not a prerequisite for evolution.
Oh, it isn't. So
no.
How do you explain the single ancestor then?
I mean, the single, or we're talking about like the last universal common ancestor, that was
right. How do you explain, like, for us to evolve, we would have to evolve from something, right? So the thing is that evolution doesn't explain what that something is.
It doesn't have to be like you're suggesting it would have to be another fully formed human, but that's not what evolution says.
I'm not saying I'm saying there would have to be some kind of life form in the beginning for life to have come from. You can't get life from non-life.
Now we're getting back to origin of life research, which I pointed out at the beginning is different from evolution. Evolution allows us to explain the diversity of life, but like if we're going back to origin of life research, that's a completely different field. I can get into it, but I'm not as well versed in it as I am with evolutionary theory.
See, that's the problem for evolutionary theory, is it starts the story in like the middle of the book. It like skips over like the first chapter and they say, no, never mind what happened in the first chapter.
No,
just look at this part.
It doesn't skip over it. It's a different area of research. It's still being researched. It's still something that we're looking into. It's think of it as like in physics, you have astrophysics and you have geothermal physics, right? They're two different areas of research. They're both physics, but they're studying different separated things that if you took enough time,
I understand. So what I'm gathering, from what I'm gathering from what you're saying is that you're believing in evolution because you have faith that eventually that they're going to figure out how life came into being without a god, and so you're just betting on just believing in evolution.
We already have fairly good ideas about how life came into being without a god, but the point is that evolution tells us how we got from single-celled organisms, which we know existed, they still exist today and existed in the past. How we got from those to the incredibly diverse set of multicellular life that we have today. Like that is what evolution covers. Now, if you want to go back to the origin of life, there are hypotheses about what happened to get us there. There is no clear theory, and just to be sure you understand that theory has a particular meaning in science about a well supported body of work that supports a particular idea. We don't have a single supported body of work regarding origin of life. We have many different ideas, all of which are being pursued. But evolution is a large, well-supported body of work that gives us the idea of how we went from relatively simplistic life to relatively complex life over a large period of time.
AnCom, what I'm trying to tell you is that evolutionists have to just grant themselves a fully functioning population of life. They just have to, and we both understand
of life in general. Okay, so I misunderstood your statement earlier when you said fully functioning population. I thought you meant like of a particular species. And no, you were just saying a fully okay, yes. So we will go ahead and say that for the sake of this conversation, yes, evolution does assume that there was a population of life that existed sometime in the deep past, because we have evidence of a lot of life existing in the deep past, and that all life today is descended from this one common ancestor. We don't have identified who that particular common ancestor is, but the farther back we go, the more interrelated things become.
I understand. I'm just trying to show you the dichotomy currently where it lies. So right now, on the Christian side, it's like, well, God created mankind, and on the other side, they're like, look, just trust us. Just trust me, bro. There's life there. We're figuring it out. We're going to get you an answer on how life came. Just, stand by. That's currently how it is.
Your issue is that one side
I'm not having an issue. I'm just analyzing both sides trying to be
okay,
fair.
So your analysis is showing that one side says an unproven extra universal being did something, and the other side is we're not sure yet, but we have lots of evidence that points to a particular idea. That's the dichotomy you just presented to me, and you can see why in your analogy about the magic show and the person with the glasses, the person who looks at the evidence for evolution is closer to the person who can with the glasses who can see the magician than the person just sitting there saying, "Oh no, it's just all magic, bro."
No. The thing is the guy on the evolutionist is saying, I mean, at least I don't meet many that are Christians, but the evolutionists, especially the atheists, are saying, look, we don't know yet, but trust me, bro, it ain't God. That's what it sounds like so far.
No, we're saying we don't know yet. It could still be God.
Trust me, bro, it's not God. Oh, it could be God.
It could potentially be God. We cannot rule out that possibility because God is by definition supernatural and science can only study what is natural. So we can never rule out the position of God, which is why you get a lot of people who believe evolution and remain religious, whether it be Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, etc. So
that's fine. If you want to bite that bullet, that's fine. I wonder how many people are we chat at you, but right now,
you would be surprised how many people would be with me that like, no, we cannot completely disprove the existence of a God. All we're saying is we're not convinced of the argument being made that one exists. That's the difference.
I mean, I meet less people like you than you think.
If you watched it, so there is a YouTube channel called The Line, which is primarily dedicated to arguing these kinds of things with debaters that call in. I would recommend you give them a call sometime because they're very good at making these kinds of explanations if you're coming into it honestly. Every single one of them would tell you, no, we cannot prove that it's not a God, because that would be proving a negative. And again, it's the whole supernatural versus natural thing. Science can only analyze what is natural, not what is supernatural. So every single one of them will say, no, we cannot prove a God. We just don't believe one exists because the evidence provided by those advocating for the existence of a God is not convincing. That is the difference.
So I guess now my new question is kind of like, how do we choose between two competing hypotheses when you do accept God as a possibility, where one side says that, right? Well, one side is saying
which side has more evidence is all I'm asking.
Well, it depends. What would you consider evidence of a God, right? Because that's something.
I'm not talking about the evidence of a God, right? As I said, we can neither prove nor disprove a God. Even back when I was a theist, I still believed you cannot prove nor disprove a God.
Look what I can do.
Because, again, it is outside the realm of what can be proven. And I'm hitting myself because I keep using the word prove, which is a no-no in science, and I should know better than that, but it's just vernacular. Anyways, I prefer the word demonstrate because I think that is a better word for what it is I'm trying to express. Can I or can I not demonstrate evidence of a God's existence? So far as I'm aware, there is no evidence which can demonstrate a God's existence, nor is there any information which can disprove or falsify a God's existence. So
I understand.
Any intellectually honest person, when they are asked or when they are considering the question of knowledge of a God's existence, would be agnostic by default. I right now term myself as an agnostic, leaning toward, if we define atheism as not being convinced that a God exists, I would be an agnostic atheist because of that, because I am not convinced that a God exists.
And Chat wants to know, do you believe in ghosts, AnCom?
Do I believe in ghosts? For the same reason, I am not convinced that a God exists. I am not convinced ghosts exist. I have seen no compelling evidence for their existence.
Fair enough. But so at the same time, you're agnostic, where there's a lot of people, you know, like when I interact with like Lee's community, they're mostly like, oh, Sky Daddy, this and that, which are just kind of ardent, hardcore atheists that just absolutely deny like that there's.
No, okay, but think about it. Think about it even from an agnostic atheist perspective, right? You are asserting that an omnipotent, unseen being with with effectively unlimited agency can do anything, and yet there is no apparent evidence for the existence of this being. Therefore, they see this belief with derision because you are willing to accept something without good evidence to believe it, and they are not. Do you understand why that derision might exist in that case?
I do, but that's only because of their own ignorance, right? Because, like,
well,
if we were to just
is it ignorance evolution, or is it acknowledging that there is no good evidence for like? Ignorance implies that information exists which can be had, but which is not possessed by the ignorant. You are claiming that there is information which can be had that says a God exists, which is not had by the ignorant, but I have never seen anyone provide the information about which you are discussing. I've seen many people try to provide arguments, like logical arguments. I have seen people try to prove elements of the Bible, like the Bible's historicity, as some sort of evidence, but none of these have either directly pointed to a God element in the Bible, which, with that evidence, nor are the logical arguments convincing. So what you're saying is that you believe that those who are unconvinced are ignorant, whereas I'm not seeing the case for that.
Okay, so I believe in absolute truth. Do you?
Depends what you mean by absolute.
Means that there is absolutely truth in the universe.
Okay, I mean, if we're defining truth as information which corresponds with reality, then sure, truth exists.
Thank you, Jenny.
There are true statements can be made. There is information out there which does align with reality. Those are true pieces of information. Therefore, truth exists. Sure.
Okay, so that would constitute a God for me because God is truth. Truth is a person.
I'm not seeing that. God. I'm not seeing that connection because, like, I can say I am holding a phone in my hand, and I currently have my phone held in my hand.
Where's the truth?
How do we get from there to God?
Because where is the truth?
The truth is the reality that my hand is grasping my phone.
That's you're just describing what's happening. How do you know?
That's what's true.
That's the concept. No, the truth is a concept.
No, truth is a description of reality. It is an accurate description of reality. That's all truth is.
No, okay. So if I say I'm dropping my phone, is that just a description of what I'm doing, or is like
if you were dropping your phone, that would be a description of reality. Yes, and that would be truth.
Is it true? And that's the truth. Okay, so
what else could truth be if not a description of reality?
Well, it's more than that. I mean, it's
okay. Give me a true statement, something that we can both agree is a true statement that is not a description of reality in some way.
I love my wife.
Okay, that is a description of the feelings that you feel when you are in the presence of your wife or when you think about her.
What feelings come from?
Largely chemical reactions in the brain.
Why did my chemical reactions make me love this one person more than anybody else?
likely because she had certain traits and you've spent a lot of time with her, which has built up oxytocin in your brain, such that when you think about her, or when you are in her presence, or when you are in physical contact with her,
physical traits.
Physical traits, attitude, personality, all of the ways in which you interact with her.
So
all of these things can stimulate neurochemical receptors in your brain to release those signals so that you feel a certain way about your wife.
Why? What benefit does that give me as a species?
If you have a relationship with a specific person, then you are more likely to engage in reproductive activity with that person and thus pass that on to a future generation.
That's completely not true.
What's not true?
I do not need to be in love with somebody to produce a child.
No, but it is more likely that you will.
No?
I mean, yeah, pair bonding is something found in all sorts of species. So the fact that humans do, like, we see it as an evolutionary advantage in some species. We see it as an evolutionary advantage for pairs of individuals of that species, of different sexes, to get together to provide some sort of reproductive advantage. It allows you to care for the offspring so that they can grow up and move on to reproduce themselves, and so on and so forth.
With humans, then, why isn't that a universal amongst? Why, if that is something born of our evolution, how come all groups of humans don't practice that?
How come all groups of humans don't have black hair? It's the same reason.
It's cultural.
It's an evolutionary trait. It's an evolutionary trait. We built culture around it, but it pre-existed culture.
Why is a tribe style community more advantageous or disadvantageous than like a monogamy community?
The two aren't mutually. The two aren't mutually exclusive. Like, you can have monogamy within a tribal setting. That's most.
How do you even measure? Like, do we judge? Do we make judgments about evolution? Like, do we use judgments like of a species, like whether it's kind of like successful or not as successful? Like, we kind of have this meme about the cockroach, like, oh, it could survive a nuclear winter, like. We have
ideas of what we call fitness on a species level. Yeah, those things which allow them, fitness of a species is how well it's able to fit into its ecological niche, how well it's able to reproduce, how well those genes are able to pass themselves along to future generations.
Correct. Okay, that's great. I'm glad that we kind of agree on that. So
that's a
can we
look
at our
of selective fitness? Sure.
Sure, I totally accept that. Do we would we say we look at ourselves, like we look at humans under that same lens and judge it by those same criteria?
We can.
Well, why wouldn't we?
Oftentimes we do. But there are other factors in our own understanding of ourselves that go beyond that simple, reproductive fitness. We've created far more complexities in our society that go beyond simple evolutionary fitness.
So we're special, is what you're saying.
We are only special in that we have developed other systems around the evolutionary foundational framework that we have. We have built upon that, but we see other species that have done similar things, if not to that level.
Yeah, but you seem to be hyper singling us out amongst nature here.
We do have some, like, we have we have been able to change the planet and the environment around us more than any other animal seems to have been able to do. We have become more successful as a species than any other mammal on the planet. So, I mean, there are ways in which, yeah, we do seem to have carved out for ourselves a fairly successful niche within the environment that we call the Earth, or at the very least, the land. So yeah, we have found ourselves to be successful.
Convenient.
Why is that convenient? It's just an observation of what has happened.
Yeah, it's an interesting observation because I feel like it lends more towards the creationist worldview than
no, because it's simple selection bias. We see that we have done this, therefore we have done this. All we have to do is observe that it has happened. It doesn't necessarily lend itself to any religious thing because it's just, if we weren't around to observe it, then we wouldn't observe it. It's literally, we see it because we're here to see it. It's not indicative of anything other than observers have the ability to observe.
It just seems like you should easily grant me here that it's perfectly valid for us to look at humans under the same lens and judge it by the same criteria of whether or not it's succeeding or failing, right? I don't know why.
I can, and I just did.
Okay, all right. So you just conceded that fair, great. So we could look at humanity under that lens. So, if we were to look at, let's say, a species of chimpanzees or something, right? Like a group of chimpanzees, and it started to develop like a cultural norm, let's say, of body mutilation, where they self-mutilate their own genitals and then they engage in sodomy with each other and their birth rates start going down. Would we say that species is thriving or failing?
I'd say if the natural selective pressures that indicate that this is a poor strategy for long-term survival of the species didn't kick in, then yeah, we would say that the species was in decline, and then we would have to look into why did these behaviors develop when they are evolutionarily disadvantageous to that species.
Okay, right. So if we look at gay and trans people within the human species, we see the trend of generation after generation becoming more gay and more trans, we could just say that our species is that's a failure.
Would that be an
evolutionary failure?
Why would that be an evolutionary failure?
Well, because you're not passing on genes. You're not
sure we
creating.
Our population is the biggest today that it has ever been throughout history. We are incredibly successful as a species, even with the increasing number. Even if I accept that the number is actually increasing and not that people are more comfortable to reveal themselves as such, that we are still
I understand
succeeding
that's the
as a species better than any other mammal on this planet.
What I'm trying to communicate to you is if this trend keeps on going up and up and up over time, we would say that's not progress of the species. That's the species headed. Yeah, but I'm just giving you it's a hypothetical. It's just a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical that doesn't play out with the evidence because, well,
hold on. It's just a hypothetical. It doesn't.
Sure.
It's not I'm
sure.
not. Yeah.
We'll go with it being purely hypothetical, not actually connected to reality in any way. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, it is connected to reality that each generation is becoming more gay and more trans than the last one. If we look at especially
we're looking at it over a very
States.
small time span, even on the human level, and okay, so over the same period of time that you say we're getting more gay and more trans, right? Let's go over the last 150 years because that's a pretty good trend to follow. That what has been the effect of that on the human population numbers? They have gone up. In fact, they've gone up far faster along with this increase of gay and trans people than at any other point in human history. If we were to take that 150-year snapshot and take those two pieces of evidence and see how well they were correlated, we might say, having a greater number of gay and trans people in a society is actually better for its reproductive survival.
Having a current population that is really large is not a good thing when birth rates are very low. That just means that a disaster is on the rise.
Birth rates aren't low.
Birth rates are low.
You don't get to a large population with low birth rates. The only places that birth rates are low are in certain developed countries, but the total population of the total population of humans on Earth is continuing to rise, and that only happens when your birth rate outcompetes your death rate. That is the only way to get population increase.
There's unanimous consensus that we are not in a good place globally when it's coming to birth rates, especially talking about
there's not a unanimous consensus on that.
The UN put out a report about it. There are multiple reports about the dropping birth rate. There was a report from last year that
certain countries, which is being hugely offset by the rising birth. Yeah, in this country, sure. But in this country, we still have a growing population, and even if we accept
we have a leveling off.
Okay, first of all, the birth rates in this country still above replacement rates. Even if they go below replacement rates, we are not the only country in the world. We are only 5% of the world's population. If the entirety of the United States of America died tomorrow, the effect on the total global population would be minuscule. It would be a blip.
Okay, you were wrong just now. I had to fact check that. Yes, the U.S. fertility rate is currently below the replacement level of about 2.1 children per woman. So
last I checked, it was 2.25. How out of date am I there?
2.1. This is in.
I say the last I checked, 2.1 is the replacement
This
rate.
comes from 2022.
Okay.
And since
what is the current fertility rate in the U.S.?
According to the CDC in 2023, it's 1.67.
Okay, so I'm clearly fairly out of date. Fair enough. But now, if you look up the fertility rate of the whole planet, of the entirety of Earth, what is it?
I don't know. I do things like I'm an America First guy. I'm like
you literally just looked it up. If you can look it up for America, you can look it up for the rest of the world. It's
sure. Why would that
in the same database that you just found it? The fact that you're an America First guy just shows that you are a very small thinker. You're not thinking on a global species level. Like I don't care about the U.S. when it comes to fertility rates.
Global species level, I just want to, you just spread more Christianity and that fixes everything.
It really doesn't. In fact, it makes things worse generally.
No, it doesn't.
I mean,
mankind has experienced the most. Its most success on Earth through Christianity.
And yet the most highly religious times were also the times where we had the most genocides, the most disease, the most
that's not true.
The most war crimes,
that's not
all
true.
That shit.
Atheists have killed more people than the Spanish Inquisition and the Crusades combined.
That's false.
Nope.
So
nope.
Are we off of
Pol Pot, Mao?
We're getting way off track here.
Okay, so here, look. So here's the thing: is that when I come into this, discussion, I have, truth to cite, and I don't know if you. What do you ground truth in?
I ground truth in how well it describes reality.
In how well it describes reality. So if someone said that, a God as he is described in the Bible created you said you're agnostic, so I guess you already kind of create like an out for just in case there is a God.
I
mean, the idea that you were about to say, which is when someone says that God created the universe as described in the Bible, I would say, okay, I need evidence to show that that claim comports with the reality that we see around us.
All right. So I had a question about like the random mutation part, because I know that's like a part of it. So
sure.
If it's random mutation, like is that like a mistake when that happens?
I mean, you can call it a mistake. It's just variation, but sure. Well, we'll say if copying a genomic sequence perfectly is the expectation, then copying it such that there is a point mutation or a reversal or whatever class of mutation, because there are many, that you want to say was a mistake in the sense that it wasn't perfectly copied. Now, there are things to say that, there are survival or fitness benefits with varying levels of mutation rate. Some animals have a very high mutation rate because they need to adapt to changes in their environment very quickly. Some have a very low mutation rate because their environments tend to be relatively static over long periods of time. And so mutation rate itself is an attribute that can be passed on. But sure, if we're saying that in copying a genomic sequence, a mutation is a mistake, I will grant that language.
Okay, so basically like a mistake, like a process not gone fully according to its programming, let's say, happens, and just by random chance creates a trait that is more beneficial to survival and passing on genes.
Yeah, so when a gene changes, right, when it mutates, it could provide a fitness advantage, it could provide a fitness disadvantage, or it could be neutral in terms of fitness.
Right. So most random mutations we observe are either benign or harmful.
Sure.
So it's kind of like,
which means they will weed themselves out very quick, or at least the harmful ones will weed themselves out of a population very quickly. Sure, within a few generations.
Well,
if not immediately, within a few generations.
What's not going to happen?
When I say a few, I mean a few hundred.
Okay. So,
but if we consider the deep time philosophy, we're going through millions of generations.
Sure. Which is, I feel like you'd have to grant yourself even more for the beneficial mutations, because those are so much more rare.
So let's say 0.5% of all mutations confer some sort of benefit, right? So within 100 generations, even if that benefit is only like 1%, meaning 1% of the individuals who have that trait will, or rather, I'm sorry, if that trait allows 1% more of itself to be copied to future generations than other traits, then it will spread throughout a population very quickly, within 10 to 20 generations in a lot of cases.
Okay.
So it will spread itself out very quickly, whereas a detrimental mutation, even if it's a very small detriment, say only 99% of the individuals with this gene manage to pass it on, it will be wiped out in a similar amount of time. It doesn't take very long for small advantage to spread out into a large population.
So let's get more granular with this explanation. Let's look at a species like that just kind of develops a random mutation, and let's say like it's a male that develops this random mutation, and then this male is now kind of like maybe diverged in a way, what then is there like a similar, like a co-mutation within the females that is changing their preference for a trait to now look at this new gene expression and be attracted by that?
No, not necessarily. Wouldn't be needed because survival.
So, like, let's say
if the trait confers any survival advantage, whether that be behavioral, whether it be aesthetic, whether it be biochemical, whatever it is, it has provided some increased ability for survival and reproductive success. And so, as a result, it will naturally be passed on because it just provided the pathway for which to pass itself on. It's like if you're a basketball player, right? And you're in college. Okay.
I understand. So, like, my follow-up question would be, like, how would you explain an animal like the peacock where, like, the peahen is selecting a mate based on traits that are of a huge energy and survival cost to the males, but that the females don't inherit?
So it was most likely some trait that was on the, one of the sex chromosomes of a peacock. I don't know which one those are because I don't know peacock genetics.
But
most
it's
likely
trained. It's long tail.
Well, it's not just the train and long tail, it's also the color, because peahens are very drab, they're very dull in color, whereas peacocks tend to be very vibrant in color, which makes them more visible to potential mates. So let's say we have a proto. And predators, that's also possible, yes. So let's roll the clock back to some sort of proto peahen, right? So, some animal that the peahen was descended from, right? Let's say the males and females were both basically drab, right? They both had very little color. And let's say a mutation gives one peacock a little bit more color. And suddenly he's able to be noticed by more females. Then that gene, if he survives, sure. Assuming he survives, there may, every trait can be both advantageous and disadvantageous based on your environment and even based on different aspects of your environment. So sure, more color can also be disadvantageous. Clearly, this one wasn't, or at least it was the peacock was able to pass on that gene before it got eaten by a predator. And so the gene succeeded, and so it got passed on to the next generation of peacocks.
How did it succeed? It doesn't make any sense how it succeeded because
it just reproduced. It just reproduced.
Yeah, I know that.
I told you it reproduced.
The survival. But how is it choosing? How is it surviving when the female keeps selecting for males that have a disadvantageous trait? That is a large calorie cost. It's because it's a large calorie cost. How much?
Wait! I got bits. From Zephyr. Predators may not necessarily see that color of the peacock, but it is visible to the peahen. Continue.
That's true. Predators generally see different parts of the visible spectrum.
That thing is huge.
Okay.
When it doesn't have its tail up. Yeah. When it doesn't have its tail up, it's just dragging behind it. And it's got one.
But it has
just green.
It has other defensive measures. It's able to run very quickly.
Like what?
It can't
run
its beak.
No.
It can run about 30 miles an hour. Peacock can.
I grew up with a peacock around my house. That thing cannot run anywhere near as fast as the peahens that don't have that giant train on them.
Okay, and that's fine because a peacock is only needed for one thing for its genes to pass on: sperm. The peahen has to stick around and care for the eggs. So the peacock doesn't need to stay around nearly as long or survive nearly as long as the peahen does.
So I'd hate to break this to you, but I don't think you have a handle on the peacock paradox when it's still a paradox within the scientific community.
I may not know the answer outright, but I bet you I can find someone who does, because I'm guessing it's not actually a paradox.
No, it is a paradox. It's called the peacock paradox. You could look it up.
Okay, I will look it up right now.
Yep. You dive into it. They've attempted to give some kind of explanations for it, but none of them have stuck.
One moment.
It makes yeah. I'm just kind of explaining maybe for those who haven't heard it is the peacock paradox is it cannot explain how it managed to survive this long, given that the peahen continuously selects for disadvantageous traits in males, and it seems to not select it based on any kind of survival trait at all. It's just he's got a big pretty tail and chooses for the biggest prettiest one instead of choosing for something that would make it more sleek, less noticeable, and easier to run and survive.
Okay, so we have questions
This
for
is
Joe.
this is a species.
What are dinosaurs, Joe?
Large animals.
Hey, look what I can do.
Joe,
I know they've been dying for that one.
What you're referring to as the peacock paradox is more well known as the Fisherian runaway selection mechanism, wherein a trait that would seem to have some sort of disadvantageous effect doesn't. It seems to spread throughout the population, and it has multiple different explanations and has since the 30s. Because Fisher himself was the one who explained this. It was a paradox to Darwin, but Fisherian runaway was explained by Ronald Fisher.
None of I've seen each one kind of like they pick at the main issue. It doesn't seem to answer the question, which is how this bird over multi-millions of years managed to survive while passing on traits that are at a huge energy cost and also cost speed, stealth, all these kinds of things that would make it advantageous for survival. And it seems like the peahens are not choosing based on survival mechanism, things that are make you more the better survivor. It just seems like a very arbitrary mating choice. It got the biggest, prettiest looking tail.
It seems to you like it's arbitrary, but clearly it has a selective advantage. Otherwise, we would expect to see peacocks die out very quickly, but we still see lots of peacocks around today. So, like,
we
can see even in the current state of things, right? The traits that you are saying should provide an evolutionary disadvantage. Even today, where we're watching this happen actively, it clearly doesn't provide the disadvantage that you are ascribing that it should have, which means your prediction about what is advantageous versus disadvantageous in a reproductive success context is incorrect. Like, reality has falsified your hypothesis.
It wasn't my hypothesis.
I mean, it's the hypothesis that you put forward.
For you.
Which is very one that's.
So tiger also has to expend energy to catch larger prey. Just being big doesn't mean it's disadvantageous. It gets it as well.
Yeah, but it's a tiger can. That's so stupid. Zephyr is such a retard because a tiger can defend itself. It's not a bird.
Like a peacock.
Okay, like the bird. How does a peacock? How can a peacock defend itself from a tiger or a wolf?
Well, they don't exist in the same environments as tigers, I believe. But also, tigers and wolves can't jump. Peacock's very good at jumping and gliding.
Yeah, but they can't glide very far.
Also, humans domesticate peacocks, which is also a great survival strategy.
That is a good survival strategy. Yeah, they're like domesticated peacocks are very common So it's like asking why chickens are so fat because we bred them that way. It's artificial
The problem
selection, but
is
still selection.
If you go back in time in any area where the peacock was said to survive, you're going to see also extinct versions of large predators that were also around during that multi-million year.
So that means they were able to survive better than the predators in question. The predators in question, like when you say extinct, I would say they changed over time into something that we would no longer consider to be of the same species as the predator that went extinct, because the ones that survived adapted to the changes in their environment.
Hey, look what I can do!
Yeah, I don't know if this is okay, so I'm looking this up, and it says that the peacock paradox is definitely not solved.
Okay, I mean, where are you getting? The peacock paradox doesn't exist on Wikipedia as that. Fisherian runaway is the name given there. So where are you getting the information that it's not solved?
I just Googled it. I just asked if it's solved, and it says it's definitely not solved.
Okay.
It says,
have you looked up the sexy sun hypothesis? I'm going to go ahead and post this in a VC channel so that everyone can see it. Go back to this.
And so, Razor, to cut it off at the past, evolution is not survival of the fittest, it's survival of the most okayest.
Well, I mean, fitness is just a measure of how well you can pass on your genes. So yes, the most okayest, but like fittest in the sense of, are you able to pass on, are these genes able to be passed on better than this other configuration of genes? Like, that's why we have this word alleles, different versions of the same gene. Is if one allele is able to pass itself on better than another allele, then the first allele will tend to get more, or will tend to be included in the genomes of more individuals of the species down the road.
Okay, like, here's the thing, like, the peacock just makes no sense as a survival design, and it's like the explanation of God just put it there at this point seems like a much more viable explanation. This thing makes no fucking sense when I look at it. Like, there's no fucking way this thing could have survived some kind of prehistoric hellscape with all these saber-tooth tigers and all these other predators that were running around alive back then.
I don't think
it just seems completely
were
illogical.
Around during the times of this proto peafowl that we're talking about. But
I guarantee you, it's the reason that
we've been going for almost 2 hours. I probably should be going to bed soonish, like within the next half hour.
Yeah.
I was thinking, if Joe's okay with it, would you be cool opening up the chat for other people to come in? Because I'm starting to lose steam just because of the length of this.
That's fine.
By the way, Joe, if you ever want to pick this discussion up again, whether it be in private or another stream on Lethe, you just let me know. I am happy to talk about this with you anytime I am available.
Okay, sounds good, man. Thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
Don't know if I got any closer to understanding, but thank you anyway.
I mean, understanding an idea as complex and intricate as evolution is not an easy thing, I will grant you. It took me a while just to get the basics down. And so I don't blame either of us for not being able to get you closer to understanding it, but I'm hoping that over time, maybe if we can have these discussions repeatedly, then at the very least, maybe I can get it explained to you in a way that makes sense. Even if you don't end up accepting it, as long as the explanation eventually makes sense, I will be satisfied, and that's all I'm looking for. Whether or not I have the capability to make that happen, I don't know. This is purely a test on my part to see if I'm able to communicate this in a way that someone like yourself, who has these questions and frustrations with it, can understand. That's all I'm trying to do here.
Thank you,
That's
AnCom.
perfectly fine. Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
the
you.
time.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
So yeah, if you want to just pull us into River Styx or pull them in here,
I'm gonna pull in one at a time because if
Cool.
I bring
Yes.
everyone in, it's gonna get bonkers. So
Fair point.
starting with Zephyr, and if you need to leave AnCom, by all means, don't want to hold
I don't
you
need
up.
to right now, but I only have a little bit of time left, so I figured I would open it up early, and just that way I can kind of still be part of the remainder of the conversation before I have to go, but that we can get some other people in here, and maybe they can, other perspectives. Maybe they can word things in a way that I neglected or wasn't able to come up with, or maybe they have information that I don't.
Oh, and to clarify the question, what are dinosaurs and when did they live, Joe?
Well, I like I said earlier, they seem to just be, bones of large animals, and when they lived, I don't know.
Okay.
And honestly, I think that is a perfectly acceptable answer. I appreciate people who are able to say I don't know rather than trying to come up with some, ad hoc explanation based on a pre-existing worldview. So I appreciate that.
Here's something.
Right.
It actually kind of is part of my hold on. It actually kind of is a part of my pre-existing worldview, because within kind of my Christian paradigm, we have what we call divine mysteries. So there are some things that only God can know. So I kind of accept that on its face.
Okay, I mean, admitting one's own ignorance is a good trait regardless of why you do it. So I appreciate that.
All right.
Of course.
Zephyr,
what you got?
Oh, Zeph, my old buddy. I can
and
hear
also,
you.
just Joe, because when Zephyr had said something in chat, you used a word that I'm not a super big fan of, and would appreciate if we can maybe avoid. Just saying, like the insults.
I understand.
No, it's fine.
We have a history.
I am used to people using that word around me a lot, but I want to try and keep this discussion right now within the realm of at least semi-politeness. So throwing insults seems to be counterproductive to that. That's all I'm going to say about it. If it happens again, it happens again.
I'm going to let Zeph set the tone.
Yeah, I'm not here to insult anyone. I have...
Okay, balls in your court, Zeph.
First of all... The what?
Balls in your court.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm here to discuss a little bit about that peacock paradox thing. First of all, AnCom, peacocks and tigers do exist in the wild in India together. Tigers do hunt peacocks. But,
good to know.
So here's the thing. There are a lot of different ways that I can think of off the top of my head. Again, this is something that has brought up. I am a little bit familiar with the Fisherian, runaway thing?
Fisherian runaway, and there was another thing which is a potential solution to that called the sexy sun hypothesis. Why they fucking named it that, I have no idea. But basically, the idea is that it is more advantageous for some species to have males that reproduce with a lot of different females and thus spread their genes more widely, and so it is more advantageous for females to have sons who have these traits. Hence, sexy sons.
So that's the funny part, is that the female basically says, "Well, fuck my sons. Like, they're just going to be some sexy meat sacks that just spread their seeds, and I don't give a fuck if they get eaten."
She doesn't say
well,
anything.
I'm just saying, like,
well,
right.
She does care if they get eaten because, she still wants to get them to the stage where they can reproduce. So obviously she doesn't want them to get eaten before then. But once they are they can reproduce and go find females of their own, then it makes sense for males to be the most attractive to as many females as possible to spread their genes as widely as possible. So even if the appearance, the aesthetic of the peacock doesn't make sense from a predator survival situation, if they can offset that sufficiently with a wide enough spreading of their genes, then it still ends up producing a net benefit to the sexual and reproductive fitness of the species.
I don't know. It seems like some kind of like ghetto dating practice. Like the guy has no
please.
job.
This
has
is
no, but they
Joe,
just
Joe,
the number
do
of
not-
ghetto the
do
number
not-
of ghetto dating practices that exist in the animal world would shock you.
All right, Zephyr. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
don't apply human
go ahead. I'm
culture to
sorry.
animals.
All
Like
right, go ahead, Z.
anthropomorphizing animals is like one of the biggest mistakes that non-zoologists do.
I'm just saying,
is that
like
they
when I look
assume
at
that
the
animals
function of it,
think the same way.
I just can't but think like what this sounds like when you described like the peacock selection process.
Sure. Okay. So I'm gonna provide two hypotheses for why male peacocks have been able to survive. Both of them slightly contradict each other, but both of them do make sense. So number one is the gigantism theory. It says that animals generally develop gigantic features. Usually in mammals, it is primarily for like thermoregulation, so that they don't have to expend a lot of heat energy to maintain their body temperature. But gigantism is also observed in other animal species, just because size generally can be seen as an advantage to scare off predators or to like the amount of food you need to eat to maintain a bigger size goes down. So to maintain higher weight, you don't need to eat as much food as you would have. You still need to eat more food, but the rate of eating food goes down as the size of the animal increases. Do you understand that? Or? Okay, so that's probably one explanation. A second explanation is that hunting a peacock is generally extremely energy expedient on the part of the predator, and it does not have a lot of nutritional value. Since 60% of a peacock's weight, or I guess the weight is like close to 40%. Yeah, mass is 40%. The length of the peacock is like 60% feathers, which does not have much nutritional value. It is very energy expedient on the part of the predator to hunt down a peacock, carry it to like a good eating spot because it is so heavy, and then only be able to eat like less than half of it because the rest of it does not actually have any nutritional value.
But the predators don't make those kind of judgments.
They do because over time they will understand which one they get the most meat off of. Well, it's a simple thing. Like all you have to know is when I hunt this kind of animal, I get X amount of meat off it, and they know whether or not that is filling, whether or not that energizes them for long periods of time. Like they have these instinctual understandings of like this thing which we humans call a peacock doesn't have a lot of meat on it, so I'm not going to spend a lot of energy hunting that when I can go after this other thing that has a lot more meat on it.
Now this sounds like anthropomorphizing because you're saying that
because I'm admitting that tigers have a certain level of consciousness and can like process this kind of information. Most mammals can.
But the tigers still are hunting and eating peacocks.
Yes, but they don't do it as much as they hunt and eat other things.
I don't know that.
Tigers will hunt and eat peacocks if that's the only available option. But generally, if there's a variety of options, they would tend to go for animals that they don't have to expend a lot of energy on to get that much energy in return. So like things like cows would be ideal for tigers, right?
Yeah,
I don't know. I think
way more appetizing, I guess, to a tiger than would a peacock.
Now I know that the animals might have what you call like a cost.
Yeah, they can do a cost benefit. Well, but they can do a cost-benefit a very rudimentary cost-benefit analysis. Like,
they can see something it's much bigger than me, so no.
Even dogs can do this, right? You acknowledge that dogs can do a cost-benefit and say, doing this action will get me a treat, for instance.
Yeah, but the thing is that I can assign this to a dog as part of its nature imbued on it by God, whereas evolution has to say that somehow the tiger passed on some kind of genetic memory or something of this.
It doesn't have to be genetic memory. A tiger within its own lifetime.
Yeah, they learn
a tiger within its own lifetime can hunt a peacock and realize.
Sorry, we're over talking each other. I'll shut up.
That's why I want to do one at a time.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
It's hard to.
I'm just gonna say that a tiger can hunt like a couple peacocks in his life and just like learn it. Obviously there are animals that communicate. We don't understand animal communication that well. Animals do pass on knowledge in ways that we don't quite understand yet. At least some animals do it in ways that we understand better, like elephants, whales, orcas.
But
tigers.
What I was trying to say, Zephyr,
tigers.
Hold on 1 second. This is what I was trying to say, Zephyr, is when tigers are young, they are raised by their parents for at least some length of time. Among that upbringing is hunting. Cubs will come along when they're a certain age. Cubs will come along with their parents on hunting expeditions, and they will learn from their parents what kind of prey to go after. Then if I recall correctly, tigers don't tend to exist in like large family units like lions do, but like over time in their hunting, they will learn what kind of animals are the easiest to get and what kind of animals provide the most benefit in terms of, total amount of meat that they can eat. And so they will say that, okay, it took a lot more energy to go after this peacock that had very little relative meat than it did to go after this cow, which had a lot of meat and took very little energy to take down.
I don't know that sounds like a way. That's a way harder to believe explanation than it just has a nature that's a certain way, because I can observe like a cat, right? Like I've had cats and then they grow up and they're instinctually, just like tigers, they're ambush animals, right?
Let me ask you something very basic, Joe. If something is harder for a person to believe, does that make it less likely to be true?
No, but I mean, I think it's a valid part of like analyzing something. Is that it's Occam's razor usually says that the simpler explanation.
That is not what Occam's razor said. The Occam's razor is very specifically when you have two competing hypotheses that have apparently the same amount of evidence for each. The hypothesis which requires the fewest assumptions is the one that is more likely to be true. That's all it says. It has nothing to do with simplicity. It is when it says with all other things being equal, meaning all of the evidence that exists for these two hypotheses is the same. Whichever one has fewer assumptions in it, like things that cannot be tested with evidence, that is the more likely one to be true. It's not always the case. It is a statement of probability, not certainty. I just want to clarify that because that is one of the most misunderstood things, and I blame the movie, a great movie, but this one thing I hate about it, Contact, like I blame this movie for that misunderstanding. Go ahead.
Jodie Foster movie.
All right, and then I want to.
There's one more question, then I got to bring Razor in.
Yeah, it's not a question. It's just I want to resolve this nature thing. The assumption that the nature of an animal is to be an ambush predator is not true. The nature of an animal is to survive and thrive. That's true for all animals. A tiger does not care about, like, how do I put this? It does not care about how to attack, when to attack, whom to attack. A tiger in desperate situations will eat food that it has never had. A tiger in a survival, like who has the basic survival laid out, will try and minimize the amount of energy that it can. That's true for all animals. No animal would want.
I think,
like, there are basic urges that we all have, right? Hunger. And when we experience hunger, we're like, okay, I need to find food. In the past, we would do so by hunting animals. Now we go to a grocery store and pick up a box of crackers, right? It's just, we learn how to, like, we have learned behaviors that go along with the urges that our bodies naturally give us because of whatever reason you want to assign to it. Those urges exist, and we find ways to cope with them. That is what a human does. That is what a tiger does. A tiger like a human, will find the easiest way to gain the largest benefit in terms of satisfying that urge of hunger. And so will generally pick a peacock less often than something that is slower and or meatier.
I don't know. I think that since a tiger is an ambush predator, it's like, I've seen peacocks in action. The male one with the large train, it takes some effort to take off the ground. I think if a tiger gets close enough to where it can creep in unnoticed and then ambush the peacocks, it's going to do that with fairly.
You're assuming
that
peacocks don't have adaptations which allow it to detect ambush predators, but it must.
You can detect it, but the thing is, can you take off flying? Can you get away and fly away before the spring action of that tiger leaping at you?
Depends how early you notice the signs that the tiger is there.
Yeah.
Like maybe it steps on a stick and the
sounds
peacock
like-
immediately runs away even before the tiger's had a chance to put its spring into action. Like there are lots of different conditions that can change the calculus that you're thinking of.
Sure, but it currently sounds like that it's perfectly logically consistent that these animals were just designed to coexist in a way to where they could hunt and run from each other without, going extinct super fast. It sounds like
logically consistent
if
you accept the assumption about a god existing, which I've been trying to stay away from that point of the conversation, but that is
right. Well,
that is an element that you have to acknowledge, that you are making a big assumption when you are saying that is the more logically understandable one.
Well, I want to
I'm just saying it would be illogical to rule it out at this point.
I'm not ruling it out, but I'm just saying it seems to me to be the less evidenced explanation, and therefore one that is less likely to be true based on evidence, not based on Occam's razor, just based on the fact that it has less evidence for it.
Why does I gotta let Zephyr get in? Wait, Joe,
okay,
wait,
I'll let
Zephyr.
I will shut up for 5 minutes. Zephyr and Joe can go at it.
Okay, yeah.
Did you have something else?
Yeah, based on what AnCom was saying, peacocks generally tend to stay in groups. Occasionally, the male peacock is the one that will climb trees. By the way, the male peacock can fly for a few hundred feet.
I know.
So it will go on top of trees. It will keep a lookout as the females and other males are eating. Then they will switch places and things like that. Peacocks have very good eyesight. Their beaks are very sharp. Their claws are actually pretty sharp. If you've ever approached a peacock and usually peacocks, because they're domesticated, they don't attack humans. But yeah, it can get crazy.
The peacock by our house. We grew up with a peacock that used to come in around the house, eat the cat food.
Because peacocks that grow around humans, they aren't scared of humans. But if you approach a wild peacock and it it will try and scare away humans, right? Like a lot of times when it's the humans see peacocks displaying its feathers, it's not for attracting the humans, it's for trying to scare them away. It's just that it doesn't work on humans.
I mean, okay, so now I remember, because I was a kid when we had this peacock around. That thing was just roaming the street, and it was afraid of us, and it would run from us when we'd get close enough. And I remember a game we would play was try to catch the peacock, and a lot of the times we managed to grab it a few times. It's not that fast, actually.
Because that's a domesticated peacock. A wild peacock is different than a domesticated.
I don't know how domesticated it was, because it certainly didn't like it. It was definitely shy of humans. It didn't want to get near us. It didn't let us get very close. That's why we made a game of chasing it.
I just want to point out that domestication and wild are not a binary thing. You can have lots of states in between.
Right. So yeah, it's clearly a peacock that has learned to live with humans. It might be shy. It does not want to approach humans, but like it will approach humans like for like.
So he's like, I'm running away from you, but I'm only kind of half-assing it. Right?
Yeah, that's pretty
Okay.
natural.
I want you to catch me. I'm running, but I want you to catch me.
Can I also
Okay.
provide?
No, it does not want
more...
you to catch it. It wants you to provide the food. It wants you to like provide for it, but it does not want to like directly interact with you.
Nobody fed this thing. It didn't belong to anybody.
You just said it ate cat food and stuff. So the peacock knows that where there's human, there's cat food.
Roll in and eat the cat food outside, but like before us, the peacock was still there before us. It just showed it.
I don't know about this peacock.
Neighborhood.
Yeah, I don't know about the history of this peacock. So you know what? Like this one peacock was probably created by God.
Right now.
Maybe this one peacock was created by God. Maybe. So all right.
Let me ask. I was curious about this. Okay, well we got somebody else coming.
Yeah, and also White wants to know, why did God create peacocks then?
Just that's a divine mystery.
All right, Razor, what did you want to ask Joe or expound on?
Okay, so with the peacock thing, it's not. Obviously, it's not going to go anywhere. I feel that Joe is being dishonest and not saying he doesn't understand what's being told to him. If he legitimately doesn't understand, I'm sorry that it's so hard for you, dude. But I do want to at least ask you, what are your thoughts on a recent study about the evolution of of raccoons? Have you heard about that or no?
No. Does it say that a raccoon turned into not a raccoon?
That's not what evolution says. So you need to stop doing that.
Yes, it is.
So
no. Yes, it does.
No.
Yes, it does.
No.
Common
You
ancestry
do not,
theory.
Joe.
No,
stop. Joe, stop. Hold on.
Yes, it does.
No. You do not know what
yes,
evolution.
It does. You're just lying right now.
No, you are lying. You are lying right now by straw manning what it is.
You're lying.
You're lying by straw manning.
Both of you
That's
shush.
not a straw man.
Both of you
not a straw man.
Shush.
Okay.
You are arguing based on a difference in understanding of definition, because Joe is going based off shared ancestor theory, which, yes, does say that some species will evolve into other species. However, that is not the only thing it says. Other forms of changes and adaptations are also forms of evolution. So, Joe, you need to understand that not every evidence of evolution is going to show that an animal turned into a different kind of animal, because that happens over a very long period of time. And I will point out, if you've ever seen a color gradient, there is never a point along which you can discern that a point on the gradient is one color and not another, and then changes, because it is a continuous thing. You need to understand that as well.
Yeah, but there are still two opposite ends of the gradient to where you can tell.
So hold on.
You can tell them apart, but where did it change in the middle? You cannot tell me that. You can tell that A is A and B is B, but where does it change to the point where it's only A or only B? It's Loki's wager. You need to understand the nature of continuous change over time, rather than this purely binary idea that you have in your head, because it's not what evolution says.
Here.
So
hold on, Joe.
Wait a second, Joe.
I can hear, because this might. I'm pretty sure you've heard this analogy before. Did someone in the past who spoke Latin give birth to someone who spoke French?
Joe?
We're not born knowing language.
Yeah, this is an analogy of like how evolution works. Because French is just evolution. French was just an evolution or language evolution from Latin. but that no Latin speaking person gave birth to a French speaking person. It was successive generations over time as language evolved that got us to French and or other languages. Like no Latin speaking person gave birth to a German. That's what we're trying to explain when we say what evolution is. It's successive changes over a generation that gets us to a new thing after so much time. That's why that's why hold on.
I have to address this.
No, not done yet. Let me, because keep in mind that's why we have things like the fossil record. Please do not do the Futurama bit with me. It's funny, but it's still bad. It is successive generation. Asking for the missing links constantly is going to be bad. And trying to say that one thing turned into another thing immediately without understanding that successive generation happened.
I'd say that.
That's what you're implying.
Nope. No, I'm not.
All right, explain then.
I'm talking about exactly what you're talking about. I'm saying that thing that I mean, you share. Are you related to a banana?
Please don't use Ken Ham in talking points.
Yes.
Are you related to a banana? Okay, see, he bit the bullet.
What's your point? It's not a bullet.
There you go.
It's just
it's not a bullet to bite. It's just a fact. It is a fact that yes, we have
life on Earth is related.
Right, I need to address this. So really quick.
Hold on, real fast. Before you get the question, hold on. Before you get to the question, I do want to ask. I do want to ask this. I'm sorry, but I do need to be sure. Do you know what Luca is or no?
Yeah, I've heard of this Luca. Yeah.
You know what it means? It's an acronym. Do you know what it stands for?
No.
The last universal common ancestor.
Thank you.
Sure.
Do you know what that means?
Last universal common ancestor. Like,
you know what that means?
The last one we had that branched out into everything? I don't know.
Yes, that is exactly what that means.
Okay.
Exactly. That's why when you say, are we related to bananas? The answer is yes. Because we are related to that last common ancestor.
I need to address this point.
Actually, plants and animals diverged a lot more recently than Luca, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing. Macroevolution could go away tomorrow, and microevolution would still be completely intact.
Oh my god! Okay, hold on.
Over a long period of time is macroevolution. That's like saying, my ability to walk 100 miles over a course of a few days could go away tomorrow, but my ability to walk down the block could still be intact. Well, then I still have the ability to walk that 100 miles over the course of a few days. It's the same thing over different time scales. That's the whole point.
Right.
The only difference between macroevolution and microevolution is time. That is it.
Yeah.
So here's the thing: when you bring up to me like raccoons or fruit flies or something like that, and you say, "Well, hey, look, there was this change that happened." Okay, cool, great. I already, I've heard of Pakicetus. It was like the precursor to the whale.
Yep.
Yes. And what was it exactly?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was?
It was kind of like a wolf-sized land animal.
Yeah,
it's roughly correct.
Yeah, roughly, yeah. And it was one that lived. It was an animal that, if I'm remembering correctly, lived very close to waters and hunted for its food in the waters. And over successive generations, after teaching its young to do this, mutations would pop up in their young that would make them better swimmers, make them last longer until eventually generations kept going.
Accidentally is a perfectly adequate descriptor for that, because that's how the mutations happen. But the accidental mutations lead to selective advantage within those individuals, and over time those mutations, those advantages pile up and change the organisms through successive generations.
Right.
Okay,
So
hold on.
is your brain
I apologize. I do apologize. I do apologize. It feels like we're jumping on you with 2-on-1 of this one. I do need to clarify with a small question to you. If you stop eating, will you die?
Eventually.
Correct. With this Pachycetus to Ambulocetus to all the different generations of creatures till we eventually got to the whale, the selective pressure that started pushing them more and more to being the water-based mammal that we know today was that the water-based mammal that we now know comes from a long line of natural selection picking the species that was able to eat more. They were able to eat the most and breed with someone else.
And what's really interesting is something I want to. I'm guessing you may not know about.
The mutation was accidental, but the selection was purposeful.
Hold on, Razor. Something I'm guessing maybe neither of you knows about is that the existence of Pachycetus was hypothesized through the predictive evidence of evolution before a specimen had ever been discovered. We predicted that this animal would exist, and then we found it later. Yes, and bones come from animals.
But anyone could do that. Anyone could do that.
There's something like anyone could do what specifically?
Check this out. Anyone could just pull bones up from the ground. They could go like, I'm going to say that the pig had a predecessor. And so, well, if we look, we would have to look in this area, and the predecessor of the pig would probably be smaller and just kind of a little more similar, but maybe just a little different.
I sometimes mix up my
files. You go, aha, I found it.
Razor, hold on. That's not necessarily a straw man. It's a slightly simplistic explanation, but we wouldn't just expect to find that one ancestor. We would expect to find a series of ancestors, each with slight changes from the one before it, that eventually get closer and closer and closer to the modern pig, because that is what evolution predicts. And then when we find those successive ancestors that are getting closer and closer and closer to the modern pig or the modern whatever we have today, then that is a confirmation of the hypothesis that was predicted by evolution. Yes.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because you don't
just get to say no.
I could explain why. I could say no, and then I could elaborate why, which is that something like 98% of all species that have ever existed on Earth are now extinct, and you've got billions of years of bones in the ground to choose from. So you could just kind of okay, let me dig down here, and I expect to find something like this, and voila, here it is. And you already know you're going to find it because you got billions upon billions of years of extinct species and bones under the ground.
Yeah, which is exactly what you would expect with evolution. You're giving an argument that is detrimental to your worldview.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Before you get to your long-winded thing, I just realized there was another question that I had from way earlier on.
Unfortunately, it is 11:30. I do have to go to bed. I wish I could stay longer and discuss this more. I cannot. So have a good night.
Thank you.
I hope we can pick this up another time because I think there's a lot more. Before I leave, I do not want an answer right now. All I want to know, because I know you, Joe, believe in created kinds, correct?
Say that again.
I know you, Joe, believe in created kinds. Is that correct?
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. What created kind do hyenas belong to? I don't want an answer right now. I want you to think about it. And, sometime later in Discord or whatever, or maybe the next time we talk here, give me the answer then. Okay?
Hyenas. Got it.
Cool. All right, y'all have a good night.
Peace out, AnCom.
All right,
Thank you
good night.
again.
Yep.
I do. Okay, so I did have a question from like near the beginning when you guys were starting to talk about when you first started saying something about the scientific method. And
Yeah.
this will help to explain how the scientific method is supposed to be used, because the scientific method is a tool. And the way that we use it is what was a part of it? It was supposed to be you see something and you make a hypothesis based on the observation that you make, and then you start doing experiments to test this hypothesis. Now, the thing that science is supposed to do is science is not supposed to prove your hypothesis. I'm trying to phrase this correctly because I remember the wording. I'm trying to remember the wording exactly. You are supposed to not prove your hypothesis. You have to fail to reject it, I believe the actual terminology. I could be misremembering the way that goes. I feel like I'm fucking that up slightly.
You're fairly close.
But like you're supposed to fail to reject a hypothesis. Like you have to constantly try and falsify your you have to falsify your hypothesis.
Falsify.
Yes,
Got it.
you have to have a falsifiable hypothesis. And hold on. And unfortunately, creationism is an unfalsifiable claim, which is why it doesn't comport with science at all.
So is yours.
No, we have falsifiability.
So is evolution.
No, we have
you don't.
falsifiability. Yes, we do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
How would you falsify? How would you falsify the common ancestor theory?
You would falsify. You'd have to falsify it by finding a species on this planet that has literally 0% connection with every other species and
that's impossible.
Living thing.
That's impossible.
You think that? No, it's not.
So many
it's not.
That living things can be made of.
No. Did you see did you get that criteria there? It's still falsifiable. You can go ahead and go look for it, and if you find it, it's falsifiable. Unfortunately, creationism. No, that is how it works. Falsifiability.
You're basically saying if an alien from another planet shows up, then it's falsifiable or something. Like what you're asking for is impossible. So here's the thing. Here's the problem for you is that I already accept as a Christian that there are only so many things reality and life forms can be made of. Can't make a life form from rock, right? It only has living things have only so many ingredients that can go into them. That's why common genes and stuff like that doesn't bother me. It's not a defeater for my worldview.
No, again, the reason why falsifiability is so important in science is because, like I said, it ends up fuck me. It's supposed to help. It's supposed to help you to not fall into a dogmatic bias. Because what you're doing is you say with a hypothesis, like I said, you have to fail to reject your hypothesis. Like, this is what I think it is. I'm going to do everything in my power to prove that this isn't what will be. And then after so much evidence is gathered to where it's like, damn, it just keeps happening. It just keeps happening the way that I hypothesized. I can't reject it. Like, you're failing to reject the hypothesis.
I forgot to ask AnCom this earlier when I asked him about truth, because I was wondering, like, what? I'm sorry. What were we talking about right now? You're talking about the
falsifiability.
Right. So, okay, so right. So if I told you that God was truth, and he's also logic. Logic is a byproduct of truth. That is apparently like, I mean, is logic unfalsifiable?
Is logic unfalsifiable?
Yeah.
I am not quite up to date on my philosophy stuff.
For logic, it's unfalsifiable. Also, how do you accept logic if it's unfalsifiable?
No. I didn't say it was unfalsifiable. There's a chance that it
you
is.
don't know what it is.
Me personally, probably if I were to get like a not psychologist, if I were to get a God, what's a philosopher? Fuck me. If I were to get a philosopher, like someone who actually has a PhD in philosophy, they might be able to give you that answer more concisely. I believe there are logics that logics are falsifiable.
Okay, here's easy. Here's an easier question: is God real? You would have to say that it's that your problem is it's unfalsifiable, but so is logic. So is logic.
I didn't say no. I didn't say logic was. I didn't say logic was.
Prove it. Prove it's not. Prove it.
I can't prove a negative.
You can't prove it. There it is. Well, I'm telling you it is. Can you prove it's not?
You can't prove a negative. What? Why do you at your? That's like asking me. Can you show that? That's like asking me. Can you show that that oxygen doesn't exist or something like that? Like it's what?
Okay, like that's the same thing with God then.
No, God is unfalsifiable. No, God is just unfalsifiable in general because no matter what kind of no. Again, no.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You can't just say no. You can't just say no. You have to give me an argument.
You can't.
You can't just say no.
Or you can't prove a negative.
Logic. What do you mean? It's either logic is falsifiable or it's not.
You know what? I'm gonna. Okay, so keep in mind, like I said, I am not an expert on this one. I'm very much a layman when it comes to like philosophy terms or philosophy thoughts on this. So
you're done.
How about no?
You go back and read a book, and you come back to me later.
No,
I'm not prepared for this.
Calm down, Razor. Calm down.
I'm sorry.
You're out of your league here.
Let me go ahead. No, let me go ahead, and we can go ahead and actually Google that if you want us to be sure. Because like I said, I am willing, unlike you apparently, to admit if I am wrong on something, and I want to be sure on this because I do not believe.
You tell me no. You kept telling me no, right? So you definitely
because what I've heard. No,
don't give me this bullshit that you're humble enough to say
that. You just told me no. Chill out.
Because what I have heard,
bro, I don't like liars, dude. I don't like people who just lie. It's so bad faith.
I'm not lying.
You're lying.
What I have heard is that logic should be falsified. I believe is falsifiable. Again, it's a method. It's a concept that us as humans have found over time of basically thought.
Falsify it.
Do what?
Falsify logic. Go ahead.
What?
Falsify logic if it's falsifiable. Go ahead. Do it.
Okay. Yeah, because it is an axiomatic foundation, it is not falsifiable. That I couldn't remember the exact terms. I couldn't remember the terms. I said, I can admit when I'm wrong. You refuse to. So
okay, so just hold on. Now let's put a pin in that. Now that you accept
I can admit when I'm wrong on logic. I can admit when I'm wrong on logic.
Now which draws the conclusion. Which draws the conclusion that just because the belief in God is unfalsifiable doesn't mean that it's illogical.
I didn't say that it was illogical.
Okay, well, there we go. So it's perfectly logical to believe in God. Thank you.
Not
You're
smart
welcome.
in my opinion.
Next.
Not smart in my opinion.
Next.
Logic and smart
is it smart to believe in logic? Is it smart to believe in logic? It's not smart to believe in logic? Can
if
be.
you throw a bunch of logical fallacies out, then yeah.
I think it's always going to be no. The one who's logically fallacious is you. So right now,
I'm not.
you as the
I'm
one not
being
believing
logical.
in no.
What
You're being
fallacy?
logically
What fallacy?
inconsistent
What fallacy?
here.
What fallacy? Real quick. If you're saying I'm being
You're saying
logical,
that you're saying that it's not smart to believe in God because it's unfalsifiable, but it is smart to believe in logic.
I'm saying me
it's
personally.
the same category.
It's not. Well, so God is just a concept then, not a thing. Because I said that logic is a concept. Because I'm saying logic is a concept.
Bro,
that we as
take
humans
your
made up.
L.
We're not made
and
up.
go
That's
sit
wrong.
down. Let somebody else. Yeah, no, go ahead. You lost, bro. You're cooked.
Claiming victory doesn't mean you won. Claiming victory like that doesn't mean you actually won.
Look, dude, you're
Claiming
there.
victory like
You're
does not mean you actually
floundering right
won.
now. You're
I'm
floundering right now. Let somebody else with an actual question or something come up. You're wasting air right here.
Well, I think that's the end of it for the day. And
Oh, okay. Thanks, Leith.
yeah, been a blast. Did you learn anything today, Joe?
I just want to tell you.
I do real fast have one last thing at least to say. One last thing. No. Don't worry. Jesus Christ, my dude. So I am sorry, Leith. I grade A fucking dumb shit whenever I hear people do that kind of would be like this. So when it comes to like the whole when it comes to evolution thing, like I said, at least evolution is falsifiable. When something is unfalsifiable, logic being a weird, like, I guess, caveat, because that's a concept, not a thing that we can actually measure. Unfalsifiability is like the cornerstone of scientific methods, and trying to say that God is God. My brain does not want to work correctly when I say this last bit. Unfalsifiability
it's hard to reel back from.
Actually, I've worked 12-hour days, so I'm also really tired, my dude.
Okay, it's probably a bad time to come up here and talk to me.
No, whatever.
It wasn't smart on your part.
You're just not smart at all.
Okay, good comeback, bro.
Like,
anything else? Anything else? I didn't embarrass myself up here. You did. So anything else? No. Okay, you're done.
So,
Bye.
Does anybody else want to come in with a question for KungFuJoe? Why does you especially?
I would know why it's Lane. It's fucking. You baffle me with stupidity
right now.
No, you baffle me with
Here comes the
stupidity.
cope.
Okay,
Yep.
Alex wants
Here
to come
comes
in
the
and ask you a question.
Sorry, just I
All right.
can't.
Well, Razor, thank you for your time. We appreciate it, and I'm gonna bring in Alex.
Evolution has won.
What's up, Alex?
Yeah.
You're muted.
Oh, Alex. I remember Alex, I think. Oh, did we lose him?
Yeah, he jumped back out. How about now?
He's still muted. He's still muted.
Okay, well, Hammer,
you're muted.
Hammer wants to ask you in this case then. Hammer.
Oh, I remember Hammer. What's up, Hammer?
I'm here. What's up?
What's up?
What's up, my fellow white?
Wait, I can't hear you. Let me just fix my.
Why does wants you to prove God using the scientific method, Joe?
He's not. That's not his type of. That's not the realm he resides in.
Wait. Okay. So, question. When you say that, so your position is that evolution is bullshit, right?
Largely, especially the macro evolution part.
Okay, would you say that that's a logical conclusion that you've come to, or is that based on your faith in God?
Both.
Both. But you said that God doesn't exist within the realm of logic, right?
No, he does, because he is logic. God is truth.
Logic.
Truth is God. Yeah, the truth is logic is a byproduct of truth. Truth is God.
But God can't be a byproduct of logic. Like, you can't logically show that God exists. If you work with just logic, you can't prove anything that exists within the Bible or with God, correct?
Well, I mean, By what can you use the scientific method to prove that logic exists?
No, scientific method is a byproduct of logic, not the other way around.
Exactly. That's what God is.
Okay, but God is a claim of an existence of a material, and you can
He's not material. Nobody claims that God is material.
not material, but like I guess an existence, right? It's a claim of an existence.
What kind? The kind that logic and truth is? That kind of existence?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
You would
Where
claim
is
that it's logical and truthful that God exists.
Sure, but we can't measure it in the physical world.
Okay, but can we measure it through any form of logic?
Yeah, but that's metaphysical. That's not physical.
Metaphysical.
That's not something that could. Yeah.
Well, how do you justify metaphysics through logic?
Well, what do you mean? Because you would have to know. Logic gives you. Logic can show you the difference between the physical reality and things that are metaphysically true.
Well, we don't know that there's anything that's metaphysically true. That remains to be proven, right?
I do.
How do we know that?
Absolutely is true. Because the truth is absolute.
Okay, I have two questions in response to that. What does that have to do with metaphysics? Number one, and number two, how can you? What is your definition of the truth when you say that it's absolute? Like, what is your barrier for the truth? You can answer either one of those.
Barrier. Well, I mean,
yeah.
The truth is God. Like our sense of the truth is absolute. Like we know the concept of what the truth is. It has like an ontology, right? And it's metaphysical. It's not something that we can test in nature, like or using science.
Wait. Okay, so you're saying that the concept of truth is absolutely exists.
Absolutely true.
Yeah, but
concept
things
of truth is absolutely true.
Are you saying that things that we claim are true are absolutely true?
No, I'm saying that the concept of what we call the truth is absolute.
Okay, so are you saying that because are you comparing the idea of concepts that we create within our mind to describe things? Are you comparing that to the existence of a being which created the universe? Because I don't think these are the same kind of existence.
We did not create the truth. Humans did not create truth. Truth pre-exists humans.
Okay. Well, we would say reality pre-exists humans, sure.
Yeah. Well, the truth. So does the truth.
Well, truth is a measurement of information.
No, truth is
a description of reality.
Absolute.
Reality pre-exists humans. Truth is a description of reality.
Yeah, how do you give an account for that?
You just through human experience. That's where truth comes from.
But doesn't truth exist absent the human mind?
Well, reality exists absent the human mind, but truth is a measurement of reality. Because when we say something is true, we're determining whether or not something we think to be reality is in fact reality.
Right, but you can never say that there's no such thing as absolute truth.
Kind of, depending. I mean, there may be.
Can't.
I mean, depending on your definition. No, depending on what your definition of truth is. If your definition of truth is something that humans can know, then yeah, you can deny that there is no way we can absolutely have access to reality.
No, I'm saying that statement in itself is a performative contradiction. It would be a contradiction to even utter that sentence.
That there can't be absolute truth?
Yeah, is that absolutely true?
Well, that's not absolutely true. you could potentially have a universe in which we can't know anything anything truly. Only potentially we know things to be true. Does that make sense?
But I'm just saying, for you to say that there's no such thing as absolute truth is a truth claim. So that's a
but it's not an absolute
contradiction, meaning
no.
Meaning that
it's
truth
a truth claim,
is
but it's not an
absolute.
absolute. It's a truth claim, but it's not an absolute truth claim. Things aren't necessarily absolutely true because we can't prove that they're true. They might be absolutely true, but we wouldn't know that.
So
Sure, we could. We
would
could use
you say,
logic.
Joe, that they exist within a gradient of certainty?
What's that?
99%
Oh,
certain.
truth. And yeah, well, no, it's just that we can analyze it, and it is it's in a transcendental category, right? And that's what we posit God to be. But God is in a transcendental category, and so for universal concepts like the truth, like logic and love, there has to be a universal mind. That would entail a universal mind. So you can't get an account through humans because humans are particulars, right? But these things are universal concepts. You can't ground universal concepts in particulars.
Wait, I don't know if I would compare like universal concepts like logic to concepts like love. Love is just love is a phenomenon of human existence or animal existence or whatever you want to call it. But I don't think that's an
Well, you could say
absolute
logic is too.
constant.
Logic is only
I would say that. I mean, a form of logic, depending again on your definitions. You could say that like causality is a form of logic, but if we want to say logic as the in terms of the concept that humans use to interpret reality, then fine, yeah, that's a product of the human mind. Sure.
Yeah, but how do you account for logic?
How do I account for logic? Well, it's the way that humans tend to use. It's the way that humans tend to process reality and figure their way through it.
So you're saying that they could just that each human individually comes up with logic and manages to get it right, like universally?
Not universally. People have their own logical processes, and some of these tend to lead to better benefits. We've talked about these processes, and we've refined them to things like the scientific method, which you find to be the most consistent in finding the best results and the most consistent truth values. But again, yes, these are absolutely individual processes.
The three laws of logic. The three laws of logic are universal. So how is each person coming to the same conclusion?
I don't think everyone has a concept of the three laws of logic.
So hold on. So like the law of identity, right? Like you cannot be me. Like a person who doesn't understand that, we call that person like illogical or insane, like that they don't have the capacity to like function normally in the world.
Sure, but that's generally going to be the case. Most people live alongside the law of identity, but that would make sense because an animal which struggles with that concept would probably have a hard time surviving. So it would be it would make sense that would be generally the case. But you just said that if someone doesn't have that concept down, then they are insane. They are irrational. They are wrong. But it's not impossible for them to not grasp that concept. You've just admitted it.
I'm not saying that's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to say.
Well, you said that logic is universal to humans, so it is kind of the point you're making, right?
We know it's universal in that we know what's logical versus illogical, right? Like
not always.
We all demonstrate that. Give me an example of where we have a group. Like, what do you mean? Like we have a group of humans that doesn't accept like the law of identity or the law of non-contradiction. Like what groups of people are thriving and they're denying the laws of logic actively?
I never said thriving, but you literally admitted that just because someone isn't thriving by not following a certain law doesn't mean that it's universal. Universal means everyone automatically has this concept. But you admitted that there are some people, you call them crazy, that struggle with a law of identity. So they are possible to exist. They just have a hard time existing pragmatically.
So
it's not universal, it's just pragmatic.
So is an illogical person... I'm saying illogical.
Yeah, I would call them illogical.
You would call them illogical, or you wouldn't?
I would call them illogical because the logic that they use is poor logic because it's pragmatically bad. It leads to bad results in reality.
Illogically. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So people who are illogical, it would be harder for illogical people to survive, right? So that's why we have a universal recognition globally.
Not universal.
Somehow it is universal. It's universal in that most humans, right? Most functioning humans on Earth operate on logic.
Yeah, what we
Only
would call
the ones
logical.
that
Yes,
can't really function.
Because of the
Exactly.
these are the
So
most
it's
basic.
universal.
These are the most basic. These are the most basic like forms of logic, and they're going to be the most common, right? That people are going to use. It's not literally like universal means. No, universal means literally every single person does this all the time because that's just built into them. That is universal. Yes, universal means like.
So you're saying
complete.
that
Yes.
You're saying that everybody, like somebody who is mentally retarded, you're saying that because they're incapable of it, that thing is no longer universal.
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
So if someone is born brain dead because just by their brain not functioning, that makes something not universal, is because a non-functioning brain can't understand it.
Yes,
that's what you're going with here.
If you're saying to be human means to have like cognitive processes, and you also consider a brain dead person a human, then yes.
Defect. Yeah,
yes,
but they're defected. It's something about their nature that I realize is not right. So if there's a defect in the brain, then you go downstream from that, then you would accept that they wouldn't be able to comprehend universals like logic.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
I don't know
the
what
defect. The defect is the inability to conceive.
It is a defect. It is a defect because I don't know what definition you're using of universal, but like if there are exceptions to a rule, then it is not universal. It is just a rule. It's a useful rule.
Listen,
it's not
how
universal.
about this? How about this? Look at this. By the Christian logic, is the person born with a brain deficiency, like not able to understand the concept of God? Does God see that person any different, like less a creation of God because he can't conceptualize God?
It really depends on the Christian you're talking to.
No, most Christians would say that God would just see that person as one of his children, even though it can't conceive of what the idea of what God is.
I can give you a very famous example of a Christian who wouldn't agree with that.
It wouldn't matter.
You wouldn't matter? I don't know. This is one of the most influential Christians of all time. You want to know his name? His name is Dante Alighieri, the writer of Dante's Inferno. And one of the areas just above hell was not purgatory. It was limbo, which was the place where the innocent non-believers were placed. They couldn't get into heaven because they didn't follow God. But Catholics are still Christian. They still believe in the Bible, right? So this is what I'm saying. Like it depends on who you're talking to.
You just gave an example of purgatory, which is like an exclusively
limbo, technically
Catholic. Same thing. It's an exclusively Catholic thing to believe in. But the thing is that's universal. What's universal amongst Christians is that a brain dead person would not be less of a person to God just because it couldn't comprehend what God was.
Well, he would be less of a like. He would be, I guess, in terms of the ranking of followers of God that humans should be. Yeah, he would be like, to some Christians, he would be less valued.
This doesn't make any sense. That just because
Not to your fellow Christians.
But your overall point isn't very logical, because it's saying that because a brain that isn't working, right, is not working, can't conceive of things like logic, that makes logic not universal. I think you're kind of like equivocating the meaning of the word universal.
I think you're equivocating the term universal. Universal doesn't mean very common or usually the case. Universal means it's like absolute. Like everyone believes in a thing or everyone follows a certain thing. That's universal.
So give me an example of something that's universal.
As humans are made of water. Humans consist of largely water.
No,
as long as they are alive.
Is there like a universal concept that all humans understand?
Not necessarily.
No. Okay.
Because there are some humans who are brain dead who don't understand concepts overall.
So does that mean there's no such thing as absolute truth? Is there no such thing as absolute truth? Because really?
Yeah. Yes.
Say it out loud.
There is no such thing as absolute truth. The only absolute truth is I think therefore I am.
No, there's no exception. That's A and not A. That's a contradiction.
I never said that was an absolute truth claim. You're the one who's adding that. But that is a truth claim, not necessarily an absolute truth claim, but it is a truth claim.
It has to be truth. That truth is in the word. It doesn't matter truth versus absolute truth. It's the truth.
That does matter.
Does the truth exist?
You can make a claim without it having to be an absolute truth claim.
Does the truth exist?
Yes, in a way.
Okay, so it does exist, right? So if there's a brain dead person who can't comprehend what the truth is, does that mean it's not universal?
Well, it's not universally understood amongst humans. That may be like it may still be a reality, but it's still not.
I'm trying to get you to like hold a position here. Is the truth? Is there a universal known as the truth?
A universal known as the truth. I don't know what a universal is.
Is the truth universal? Like universally understood amongst humans? Like, do we have this concept of the truth?
Is the truth universally known amongst humans? Is a real concept? Is it a universal concept? Is it real? Yes. Okay. Is it universal? No.
Okay, but not everyone. Wait, is the truth is not universal?
Not necessarily. No, because some people don't have the mental capacity to understand concepts or truth or facts, anything like that. So it's not universal.
We're gonna have to wrap this up in a minute. I got to bring Alex in, and then we'll probably end it for the night. But yeah,
I thought, honestly, I didn't expect to get into this like ontology debate. I was more going to talk about evolution and stuff. But okay,
yeah, well, you can't get there when you don't know. That by your view,
clearly laid
your
out.
Brain is accidental, right? Your brain is a product of a bunch of accidents. So you're not.
Not
there's
accidents.
A chance. Accidents, literally accidents.
Well, not literally accidents. Accidents imply intention.
Accidents. Well, then you got to huddle with your previous guys who are on here saying that intention?
Yep. So accidents imply that you had intention for that an intelligent mind had an intention for a certain action, and then through trying to achieve that action, accidentally created a different result.
So there's an intelligent designer.
That's what I'm saying. No, I wouldn't say it's an accident because there is no intelligent designer trying to create whatever in the world.
if there's no intent,
you would say so.
It's
I mean, you would not say
it's
so.
Completely. Well, the last people bit the bullet on that and said, yeah, that it was accidental.
Know. I mean,
okay. Well, it sounds like you guys need to huddle up and decide what you.
No, a lot of this is like semantic bullshit. But no, I would say that accident has a lot of implications.
Dude, words have meaning.
It is literally okay. Then we can talk about the meanings because a lot of people don't like. A lot of people aren't going to get into it about like the different. And I'm a fucking nerd, so I will. But like, but no, a lot of people aren't going to like debate over the semantics of like what words mean. And if we're talking about that, then no, it's not an accident because accident inherently implies some level of intention was put into the action that led to a result that contradicted the original intention. That's what an accident implies. And that is not the case according to the atheist view of reality.
I'm sorry, but you guys disagree on your side. You guys are going to have to get your story straight.
All right, so we good, Hammer?
I'm good. I'm good.
Thank you for your time, and
all right,
if you'd like
bye.
to fight with him again at another time, let me know.
Yep, let him know.
Bye.
Peace. All right, Alex, mic working this time?
He's still muted.
Give him a second. He said he got it fixed.
Yep.
Otherwise, I call it for the night.
For sure.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Oh, there he is.
All right, cool. All right, so which one we can do, evolution or religion? Which one you want?
Oh, I mean, whichever way you go ahead. I mean, fine.
Okay,
fine with me, I guess.
We can also with the evolution part. Probably, the biggest things on evolution is that yes, 150 years ago they picked up two different bones and said they kind of sort of looked alike, and there were a shit ton of assumptions that were made, and then a whole bunch of other scientists came along and spent the next 150 years proving whether or not those guys were kind of sort of right, maybe wrong, maybe not so wrong, till we get to where we're at now. They didn't have genetic mapping shit even 50 years ago the way it is today. One of the things on evolution is that, for me, the easiest example is how is it that we can use pig valves in a human heart to repair hearts? If there's not some type of linkage there between the two genetically, we can't use tiger hearts. We can't use lion hearts. Don't get me wrong. I would love it if I could get a pair of lungs of a bear, the heart of the eagle, but it just didn't work out that way. There are some things that are genetically linked to one another. And that in and of itself is kind of, do we know why? Okay, go ahead. No, please.
Oh, yeah. Please, no, I didn't mean to cut you off. So, the way I kind of view it is that it's kind of like I was telling Hammer is that I accept in my worldview that there's only so many things that living organisms can be made of. And that's why it wasn't Hammer, it was the guy before him. That's why he's saying that, well, it's falsifiable. And the way that it's falsifiable is that we could find a life form that has complete genetic dissimilarity to every other single life form on Earth, right? Because the thing is that we all share some amount of genetic similarity. That's why you can get 40 or 60% genetic similarity with a banana. But I can see that, and to me, it doesn't. It does nothing for my worldview, because I feel like there's only a limited amount of different kind of Legos that we could be built up of, right? So we could look at other phenomenons, like you gave the pig heart example, right? That's something that's similar, that's kind of hard to understand. And then we got a species like the chimpanzee, which is something 92% similar to a human, but yet we cannot give it directions to things by using our fingers to point at stuff and get them to understand that we're pointing at the food under the bowl or whatever. But for a dog, we can get a dog to understand the human point and direction, like hand motions and stuff, even though it's farther away from us genetically than a chimpanzee. So there's like all kinds of like little weird mysteries and oddities like that we can't really explain for, and that falls into the category of divine mystery for me personally.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, but there have been studies and experiments where they've been able to take chimps and apes and teach them basic sign language. They've been able to teach them how to utilize a letterboard, how to utilize I mean, honestly, maybe one of the things is that chimps are just close enough to us to not give a shit. I mean, it literally is. I mean, dogs, it's, Pavlovian. Dogs learn this is the way shit happens. They will do this repeatedly. And then you take the treat away, and then it becomes a habit. Chimpanzees, on the other hand, kind of looks at it like, I'm looking through the window at you, and you're pointing at the thing. And if I don't give a shit, I don't give a shit. I mean, and, the other thing is that you also have dolphins. You have other animals that have been taught. I mean, but this becomes the nature versus nurture aspect of it. Is it because they're in an environment where you're being able to do this stuff repeatedly over and over and over again? And then does it become mimicry? Is it the horse that's tapping out the numbers when you tell him 12 times 2 and he gives you 24, bangs? I mean, and it's, at this point, I mean, you could even say, in some ways, you could link it to the Bible. I mean, at least if we're talking on the animal side, I mean, you go to Numbers 22, 21 to 39 about the talking donkey. Balaam's talking donkey, where the voice of God spoke through the donkey and said, "Why are you beating the shit out of me?" Which, I mean, I kind of thought that was a great story. I mean, and it's these linkages. It kind of comes down to, trying to convince somebody that God is what the God you believe in is more or less realistic than somebody else's. It also, the flip side of it is there. It's like, okay, convince me that God isn't just the magic sky wizard, or that it's not a what is it called? That it's just not I hate to say it, but it's not just a drugged out trip from some peyote that was sitting out in the desert where two guys got together and said, "Hey, I want to eat this shit. Let's see what happens," and then started writing. I mean, and the hard part is that it's not about whether or not you believe, because personal beliefs nobody can control. You believe what you believe, others believe what they believe. The problem is crossing that divide to where you say, "This is my belief. I think it's more true than what you believe," and vice versa. And it's kind of, I mean, it's great for, arguments of, like, and debates and stuff, but the hard part is that it comes down to, the repetition of it. I can prove repeatedly that, with maybe one exception in the Bible, that human beings cannot live underwater for more than 10 minutes. Or if you're a deep sea diver guy, can do it for 25. But on average, unless there's, some other proof there, I mean, let's just say you're not going to be under there for 12 hours and then come back to the person to get 12 hours, even though, there is a Bible verse that says, "Hey, a man lived under the water and a fish for 3 days." The thing is that, is it repeatable? Can you repeat it and say, "Hey, I took this guy, I put him in a fish for 3 days." Now, the hard part about it is that, okay, well, I got an air pocket inside of a fish that's 3 days worth. Okay, well, we do the same thing with submarines. We put people in a metal box and we're like, "Hey, they survived for 3 days." I mean, a lot of it just comes down to the belief system and how it either affects how you believe or it doesn't. And, I personally think both of them can mutually exist together. They don't have to be at odds with each other. You can believe how you want, others can believe how they want. The hard part is trying to prove a point in it. It's, it's kind of like, how hard can you pray before you can? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go.
Well, so it sounds like, I don't know, like maybe you're concerned with like if you're Christian, like how do you carry yourself in the world? So I mean, like when we're doing this debate thing, this kind of just like verbal jousting type of thing, this is not me. This is not like how I typically exist in the world as a Christian, right? So it's not like, do I believe that I don't believe that there aren't other gods, right? Or else that's why we have one of the 10 commandments being like, thou shalt not, honor any other gods before me, right? It's not denying that they're there. It's just that they're not the ones for me personally as a Christian, because there is one God above all, right? God, the God of Christianity is the only one that claims to be a God of all gods, like the one above all, the almighty, all powerful one with no beginning. Now, it's not my job to go around and tell people that like I'm just better than you, and this belief and this God is just better. You kind of have to live by example, and debate is just something different. That's just something we do separately. It's a separate type of exercise, but it's not how I exist like every day in the world, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, I'm not taking this as a personal thing. I mean, it's literally the fact that you have on one side individuals. I mean, like the debate side, where we're in the middle of having a discussion over the evolution and whether or not it's real or unreal, believable, unbelievable, and religion, whether it's believable, unbelievable. I mean, because there are people that are like, if I can't see it, if it's not in front of me, if you cannot prove that it's happening,
right?
It's just not there. It's not.
Right, well,
even though
that's why I bring up the example of logic, right? Like logic isn't there. Logic, you can't feel it, you can't touch it, but it's transcendental. It's in its own category.
Well, I mean, the same thing is you can't see really or touch air. It's there. I mean, you can feel it. Its effect on you.
But you can manipulate it. You can manipulate air, though. It has like a physical characteristic in that we know how to manipulate air enough to fly.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, it is there. I mean, the other side is that without that, seeing and understanding a thing that you can't see, the other one is that we're simply just magically praying that the shit can fly. I mean, it's literally like, okay, I mean, 10,000 pieces of equipment all moving in a single direction, hopefully simultaneously at the same time to make it work. You know what I mean? And then
we had to build off of a theory. We had to build off of a theory that we can create resistance if we design the wing and whatever the correct way. So we know how to interact with air as kind of like a physical property, like something in reality that passes through the scientific method. Like we can test the properties of the air, but some things that are metaphysical, like the truth, like math, like logic, like those exist outside of what we can test with the scientific method.
Well, I mean, yeah, they do, but even within the religious side, there are things that exist there that truthfully shouldn't exist in the time of the Bible. I mean, the biggest one is like Elijah's fiery chariot. So I had a chariot that was flying through the sky with fire behind it. And it's like, oh, okay. I mean, there's the metaphor of maybe it was this or maybe it was that. Or the other
like
side
a supernatural thing, right?
Oh yeah, or I mean, it could have been a volcano exploded and there was a piece of rock that flew across the sky, or a meteor, or a comet. I mean, all of these things.
Or it could riding a comet.
Or it could just be that a guy had the ability to pray hard enough that God was like, shit, you know what? I can't provide you with the magic flying lowrider because everybody wants a 64, but since you can't have the 64 Impala, I'm gonna give you a chariot. You know what I mean? I personally would have the 64 Impala, but that's preference and taste.
Yeah, he pimped it out on the spot for him.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, but see, these are the things where until the answers come, until we find the places where the two like houses, I guess, meet up, and we can say, hey, guess what? This is this or this is that. They don't mutually. I mean, it's hard to say whether they mutually exclude or mutually include each other. And the
So the thing
crossover
is,
unfortunately is people, and people are kind of
yeah.
the weakest link. I mean, even in the Bible and in science, the weakest link isn't the chemicals that are there. The weakest link is the dude that's mixing the shit. And on religious side, the weakest link it isn't God, it isn't Jesus. The weakest link is humanity, and it's kind of hard because both sides have this weak link, which is the two-armed, two-legged, hopefully two-eyed guy. That isn't brain dead at birth. Hey dude, come on, come up here. I need you to mix these chemicals for me. Sorry that your brain dead, but I still got to get back to work, and you need help.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is that, like, if we believe God is all powerful, then he has the power to imbue the right people to keep his traditions and his truth alive and easy to find on earth, to where his belief in God can never be extinguished. That's why, I mean, it's kind of miraculous that the belief in Christ has only grown since the time of his death. Right, like in the existence in the belief in Christ seems to have withstood the test of time.
I mean, even
I don't
that,
I don't believe in coincidences.
I can understand it, but the other side of it is I can also kind of put it down to just human nature. I mean, individuals that want to be like, huh?
That wouldn't refute what I believe.
Oh, yeah,
I was just saying, if
you
put it down to, yeah.
I mean, and without a doubt, I mean, there are stories throughout history where individuals have been willing to, to take the fire over everything else, take the knife. They wouldn't say, they wouldn't put the name of God in their mouths as being counter to, they wouldn't damn God because of it. I mean, even what's his name? Who's the one that God tested over and over again until he finally cracked?
Oh, you talking about Job?
Yeah, like Job. I mean, there's times when you can say there are individuals out there that won't. However, there's also within humanity enough humans that, I hate to say it, if you're starving or you're dying of thirst and you tell me, hey, guess what? All you got to do is believe in Catholicism and I'll give you some water. I'll tell you what, I'll be Catholic as a motherfucker. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I didn't know if I'm allowed to say that. My bad.
You are absolutely allowed to say it.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, I mean, it's and if you live in an area long enough, it's kind of like language. I mean, eventually, if you and your kids eventually live in a Spanish town long enough, your kids are going to come home speaking more Spanish every single day. You're eventually going to have to at least pick up a minimum of it, huh?
I don't know. I know people who are like first generation Hispanic kids, and like there's this group, like we played fighting games, right? So there's different like little crews depending on where you go. And there was like the all Mexican guys, right? Like we knew them as like they're all like Latino crew. And they had this one guy who was like first generation Mexican, couldn't speak a lick of Spanish, and that was kind of like the running joke about him. Like, yeah, he's one of us, but he can't speak the language for shit, and it's like, what's his excuse? He grew up around everybody else speaking Spanish, so it's like it's kind of like a funny like anomaly. Like, and I had a Spanish teacher when I took Spanish. He said American Spanish speakers are some of the worst Spanish speakers on earth.
Oh yeah, it's because it's a little bit more of a mix of Tejano, Tex-Mex, some Spanish.
It's Spanglish.
It's a real mix-up, and depending on where you're at, I mean, the amount of Spanish I picked up when I was living in Mexico in El Paso, I mean, when I try to speak with my, friends of mine that are actually Spanish, they're like, no, please, just speak English. Speak English.
Yeah. Please don't do
I mean,
that.
to them, it's literally like, dude, this is the shit is so bad that it's humorous, and I really don't want to laugh at you, and I want to be your friend. So, you know, I mean,
But
and
wait,
go ahead.
Alex, I just wanted to say that my main message, I would say, is that given that there are transcendental concepts like the truth and logic that cannot be, like logic can't be falsified, right? I would say that given those transcendental properties of things that we acknowledge to exist like that, I think it would just be illogical to deny the existence of a God at this point. I think that's just where I'm coming from.
Oh yeah, I mean that makes total sense.
Yeah.
I mean, my thing on it is that it's kind of like when it comes to logic and all of those debate things, I kind of look at it like it looks great on paper, and it's kind of like when it comes out to the test of. I mean, and here's the thing: a process.
For
You
you to
can't
say it
understand
looks
the process
great,
until it's running out.
that's a logical judgment. That's like you're applying like your
absolutely. That is
logic to
my
a
prejudice
judgment.
on it.
Right.
With mine, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, because I just don't know. I mean, and the sad part is that until the day that I take my last breath, I'm not gonna know. I mean, either it's gonna go one of two ways: either nothing, or I fucked up so good that I'm gonna be like, well, yeah, I guess I fucked up on this one. I mean, but until then, it's kind of a, it's just a back and forth with it. I mean, now coming into, I mean, and now hell, I'm 50. Well, 51 now, and I'm like, if it hasn't helped me through the last 50 years, and I've been able to make it this far without it, because I see a lot of people as they get over that hump, they're like, they push the religious button and they go full bore, and I'm like, so wait a minute, so it was okay for you to fuck off for 50 years, but it ain't okay for you to fuck off for the last 10? I'm like, and then that, of course, runs into the whole, it's not your place to judge. I'm like, I'm not judging much,
Alex, I was just wondering, like, you could either do this or not, but just a suggestion: if you ever get the opportunity, I think you should visit, like, attend an Orthodox, like a liturgy Sunday service.
I've been to a couple of them. I've been to a couple of Orthodox services. I've been to a couple of I've also, when I was in the Middle East, I've also been to mosques and prayed with Muslims. I've been in a couple of like regular Christians, Mormons. I read through the Bibles a couple of times. I don't know. I mean, for me, the problem is that it kind of vacillates. On one day, it's the greatest science fiction book I ever read. On the other day, it's a philosophical manual. On the other day, it's something else. And, the problem that I have isn't so much the books and the writing. My problem is the people. And that's my problem is that
I get it. Yeah.
I'm like,
I agree with you. I agree with you, Alex. Like, the people are part of this fallen world. Like, that is part of the belief, is that one, this world is fallen and people have free will to either go towards the light or away from it, and the other being that shitty things just kind of happen, but that doesn't mean that there's not some purity there, because we look at the Bible and it's all kinds of different things, right? But I think at least me and you can acknowledge that if we lost it completely, like maybe if we lost Christianity completely, it would be something pretty significant for humanity to lose.
I can see it somewhat. I can see it somewhat in certain circles and in certain, ethnic groups. I can see how the loss of Christianity in certain places would definitely be just a disaster. But I can also see the other side of it, where there are places where it had no effect. It still doesn't have any effect. I mean, the loss of Christianity to, say, the majority of mainland China or Japan, or I mean, even the loss of Christianity to, say, well, we can't even say to Judaism or to Islam, because there's such a connection there that the taking away from the one, you kind of can't have the one without the others. I mean, there's without
it's kind of sets up a different feeling to it, right? Like if I were to tell you I'm going to drop you off and you have two choices, right? Either I'm going to throw you anywhere randomly in the world. It's either going to be a majority Muslim place or it's going to be a majority Christian place. I would think that, the safer bet for me at least would be to pick the majority Christian place, and that would be a less risky roll of the dice, because of what that entails.
I mean, I don't know. I've spent enough time in both that I will tell you, for me personally, I could take either one, give or take. I mean, I'd be a shit ton more scared to be in, say, someplace where the Middle East, not so much. I mean, I've been there long enough to be able to at least understand the places that I could and couldn't fit in. I could see how it'd be different for, say, like a woman, like a Western female getting dropped into the middle of, I mean, honestly, in the middle of any of the non-Westernized.
I don't mean to be personal, but do you have a family?
Oh, do I? Yeah, I have a family.
Yeah. Okay, like when your kids were younger, maybe would that, and you teleport your whole family to either one of these places or the other, but you're not sure which Christian community or which Muslim community you were going to land in. Given that your family had to live there too, I mean, would it not make more sense to pick the Christian community?
Honestly, I think that if I had the ability for none of us to know any better, I really do think that I do understand the advantage of being in a Christian world and the ability for. Well,
let me ask you, would you just flip a coin?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. If I didn't have to remember anything,
okay,
if I didn't, if me and them could go back, and I mean, if I could literally be like, hey, guess what? Tomorrow we're going to, I don't know. Let's say tomorrow we're going to Saudi Arabia. We're going to go live in Mecca in Saudi Arabia and be completely intertwined in, in Islam and Mecca.
It could be Iran. It could be Afghanistan. It could be Somalia.
I mean,
it could be
Somalia. I think that until they know the difference, it really doesn't matter. It's kind of like this. What is it? The Senegal Island. Until they knew the difference, that there was something else out there, they were left alone and they were okay with it until somebody came up and decided to, hey, guess what? The Antilles Islands, those ones that the Indians tried to protect and keep everybody away from. There's a set of islands out in the middle of the Indian Ocean that has pretty much been unvisited, unchecked on until the last, 40 or 50 years. And unfortunately, they seem to be A-okay until, the first couple of boats showed up. And then, some of the island, and it was multiple ones. And they're like, oh, shit. And now they're having to deal with all the, all the first world problems, first world diseases.
Speaking of islands, Alex, I think we've drifted away from the evolution topic. Leaf, do you have any questions?
We can bring you back to.
I know it's getting kind of late for Leaf too. That you have to wrap it up.
Yeah, wrap things up.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Leaf, again for. Easily. Yeah, I know. It's a very deep thing, and we can go back a long time for this. But anyways, thanks for coming up, Alex. Thank you, Leith, for hosting. And before I go, I just want to say that, look, I tangle on these types of issues. Like evolution is just kind of my latest little chew toy that I've been having fun with. But I debate against all the other things that a lot of you lefties might like to advocate for, like trans, like gay marriage, feminism, any one of those things. And I've seen a lot of you guys talking a lot of shit, whether it be in Lee's community or like in Wick's community or any one of those fucking lefty communities. if any of you guys think you got what it takes, I go ahead and hit up your boy. I'm not gonna go in there where you get to be a bunch of fucking hyena pack animals and do like, oh, I feel confident because it's 5-on-1. But when it's 1v1, you guys kind of melt away. So how about you guys get a little brave and just step up to the fucking plate? Here I am. I ain't going nowhere. So with that, Leith, thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Alex, for coming through. I think that was a nice way to close things out for the most part, like a little bit of understanding.
Yeah, come see me. Come see me. My power level is just soaring right now.
All right, we're gonna raid out to Parallax at this point.
Oh, Parafat's my favorite.
You're breaking up, Alex. Can't hear you. Hey, Horse Riders, you can come in here next time too. All right, everyone, you have a good night. Catch you next time. We'll be back again on Wednesday as usual. And as always, the chat is the real winner, and everybody was screaming. So fun times. At least it was effective. Catch y'all next time.